Good morning and happy National Public Health Week. My name is Becca Bolas and I'm Executive Director at Maine Public Health Association. For those that are unfamiliar with us, we are a statewide nonprofit organization that conducts public health advocacy, education, and coalition building. We're an affiliate of the American Public Health Association, and I recognize some of the names on here, so I think we have a few other Public Health Association folks joining us. So thank you all for being here. I'm really looking forward and excited to welcome you to Equity and Ethics in Public Health Research and Evaluation. Today is a day-long event to engage in dialogue and learning around equity and ethics in public health research and evaluation. Over the course of the day, we will follow the data life cycle from design conceptualization to data collection, analysis, reporting, and ownership. We will discuss public health implications and strategies for overcoming different challenges to improve the ways in which we practice. We'll use a mix of learning approaches, including didactic presentations and case studies. We just want to also uplift that today is just one day looking at and exploring a very complex and very complicated topic. And so we hope that you'll leave the day with some new insights and information and new resources, and that you find ways to apply those lessons learned to your work. But we do expect and hope that this is a continuing conversation and exploration for all of us that work in public health. I do want to share Maine Public Health Association's land acknowledgement, which is that Maine Public Health Association recognizes the sovereignty of the Abenaki and Wabanaki Confederacy, the Penobscot, Passamaquoddy, Maliseet, and Micmac peoples on whose ancestral homelands and unceded territories we gather. We recognize that our ability to learn, live, work, and play here in what is now called Maine is directly due to their unyielding stewardship of the land since time immemorial. Maine Public Health Association stands in solidarity with tribal communities and allies in recognizing their inherent sovereignty, and we are committed to supporting education and policy efforts to further that end. A few housekeeping items to go over before we get started. The first is today's training is being recorded. If you're not comfortable being recorded, you're welcome to leave. And just know that because it's recorded, you can access this later and certainly watch the sessions at another time. Please feel free to use the chat to introduce yourself, your name, if you have an affiliation, share what that is, your pronouns, and what you're excited to learn about today. Everyone should be muted and their videos off. We have almost 400 people registered today, which we're really very happy about, very excited about. But because of that, we just ask that folks please do stay muted during the main sessions, as well as have their cameras off. You can come off mute and turn on your video to interact during the breakout sessions, which I'll go over in a moment. But just in these larger plenary gatherings, please do keep your video and microphone off. We will take questions after each of the different sessions with time permitting, so please do enter those in the chat. After each of the sessions, we'll have a short four-question evaluation, and we ask that you please complete those. That helps us and our presenters in getting your feedback and considering future programming. We will have breaks throughout the day, and I'll go over the agenda in just a moment. And that will include, we'll also have an hour for lunch and a bit of a movement break. We have various materials throughout the day. You'll have different slideshows, and we have a resource guide, which we'll talk about. And so those materials will all be available along with the recording in about a week or so. So just keep an eye out for that email, and we encourage you to access those various resources. We do want to thank, this event would not be possible without very generous financial support. So we do want to thank our sponsors, the New England Public Health Training Center, the Maine Health Access Foundation, the Maine Public Health Training Center, University of New England, and the University of Maine Institute of Medicine. We also want to thank our planning partners. This day has been a months-long effort of coordinating and identifying speakers and thinking through the content. So we want to thank University of New England College of Osteopathic Medicine, the University of New England's online program, the Maine Health Institute for Research. And then the names here are our planning members. We want to thank our planning committee, along with other folks that contributed their time and expertise and feedback as we figured out what our agenda was going to look like. We are able to offer continuing education credits for CHES and MCHES. Today's event, as I said before, is sponsored by the New England Public Health Training Center, and then in collaboration with the Yale School of Public Health. They are designated providers of continuing education contact hours and through the National Commission for Health Education credentialing. And so at the bottom there, you can see that we are able to offer 7 hours of continuing education credits. The provider ID and event ID are offered there. We do ask, especially if you're considering submitting for continuing education credits, that you please do complete the evaluations after each of the sessions. And then at the end of the day, we'll have an evaluation, and you'll also receive a link to submit a request for your continuing education credits. So now I'll pivot a little bit and do a brief overview of today's agenda. You should have also received this by email. And if you didn't, please let us know and we'll get you that information. So right now we're in the welcome and framing for the day. This will end at 9:15, and then we'll pivot into part one, which is looking at sort of the first part of the data life cycle, thinking about collaborations and partnerships and informed consent and design conceptualization. And your speakers for that event will be Liam Harrison from Huron Advisors, Karen Ericetti from Tufts University, and Ian Yaffe from the Maine Department of Health and Human Services. We will have a brief 10-minute break to give you a chance to maybe get some more coffee or tea and to take a bit of a stretch. And so that first session will end at 10:45. From 10:45 until 11:45, we'll break you out into small groups of about 10 people per group. And this will give you a chance to apply some of what you learned to a case study example. These sessions won't have a facilitator, but we do have volunteer facilitators that are going to pop around to each of the breakout rooms. And if you do have any questions or need any help, please use the chat, but that'll be just a chance for you to have some discussion with your fellow colleagues today. At 11:45, we'll break for about an hour for lunch and movement, and then we'll regroup at 12:45 for part two. And this part will be looking at data ownership, analysis, reporting, sharing, different considerations at this next step in the data life cycle. And your speakers for this event will be Lori Martin and Anita Chandra from the RAND Corporation, as well as Ralph Kamek and Rebecca Petrie from Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. And there will also be a 10-minute break during that second session. At 2:15, we'll break you out into smaller groups again, and this will be a chance for you to, again, apply some of the information that you learned in that session to a case study example. And just like with the morning, we won't have assigned facilitators, but there will be folks that will rotate around. We'll break at 3 from 3 to 3:15, give you another stretch break, and then reconvene for our last big plenary of the day, which is overcoming challenges and considerations and implications for public health practice. And your speaker will be Angela Okafor from the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations, which is based here in Maine. And then we'll do some brief closing remarks, offer a final evaluation. Again, please fill that out. And then for those of you that are seeking CHES and MCHES credits, you'll get the link for how to submit that. So with that, I am very excited to turn you over to your moderator throughout the day, Dr. Linda Silka. Dr. Silka is a senior fellow at the Senator George J. Mitchell's Center for Sustainability Solutions. She is a social and community psychologist by training, with much of her work focusing on building community and university research partnerships. She has several decades of experience in leading these types of research partnerships on environmental, economic development, and environmental health issues. And we are deeply grateful to Dr. Silka for spending her day with us, the full day, serving as your moderator and threading together different themes of the day. And so with that, I thank you, and I turn you over to Dr. Silka.
Becca, thanks so much. What a great introduction, and what a great way to take us through all the different important parts of the day and to be thinking about those. So today, just to pick up on some of these things, is we're going to engage in dialogue and learning around equity and ethics in public health research and evaluation. What could be more important than that? And over the course of the day, we'll follow the data life cycle from design, conceptualization to data collection, analysis, reporting, and ownership. And some of you may be really experienced at parts of this, some at a different part, some at all, and some at none. And that's why we're all here together, to learn and to think together, and keep looking at the list of the participants and seeing what great people are here that we can all learn. So we will discuss public health implications and strategies for overcoming challenges to improve the way we practice. We'll use a mix of learning approaches, including didactic presentations, case studies, discussions, and opportunities for skill building. So the overall learning objectives for us today, there won't be a test, is to describe structural and systemic inequities, including implicit biases, which influence the data life cycle and have implications for public health practice. Consider practices that influence the equitable and ethical conduct of public health research and evaluation. Develop awareness of tools, skills, and knowledge for responding to data equity challenges in public health research and evaluation, and describe approaches to community inclusion in study design, data collection, analysis, reporting, and data ownership. There's just so much we can learn together. One of my joys when I was teaching at UMass Lowell and running a Center for Family Work and Community was working with the very exciting ways that communities were changing down there and all the implications that had for health. One day I got a call from someone, and she said, you know, we want to work with universities, but they don't want to hear what we have to say. You're at a funky little institution. Could you come and help us take control of the research process so there's no more research about us without us? What a great invitation. This is Lawrence, a largely Latino community, and Lowell. Most of my work was with the Cambodian and Lao and other refugee communities. And it was just, we learned so much together. So I'm hoping today we'll all really learn a lot together. And there's just so much. Keep looking at the names. Think as you hear people or see people put things in the chat. Think about, I want to get to know that person. That person knows da-da-da, and I want to know more. And one of the things that we want to do is an opening activity is we're going to ask, people start at different places. And so we want to see kind of where people are starting. And so a place is going to open up for the shared Google Doc. And here's what we'd like to have you respond to. What do equitable and ethical public health research and evaluation practices look like to you? What do equitable and ethical public health research and evaluation practices look like to you? And so, Heather, can you mention to people how they get to that now, and how much time will people have to put their ideas into the Google Doc?
Folks can start putting that in the chat. I think, Linda, for right now, we're pulling up the Google Doc, and we'll probably take 5 or 6 minutes to give people a chance to think about answering that question.
Okay. Great, thank you. So are we sort of off talking and people just working a little bit now?
That's right. Yeah. Give
okay.
folks a chance to reflect on that.
Okay. And you'll call us back when the time is over.
I will.
Hey. We'll get this timing all down. Okay, great.
I just put the link to the Google Doc in the chat. And you're welcome to use that. Or I know some institutions have firewalls or it can be difficult to access a Google folder. So you're welcome to put your answer in the chat or chat us if you don't want it to be public. That's fine too. Oh, Heather, do we have two chats? Two Google Docs going? All right, give folks another minute or two and then we'll switch gears. All right, Linda, I think we can regroup.
Uh, So Kate Darling just joined us. She's now here. Kate, not to put you on the spot, but do you want to introduce what your roles? I mean, we just did the what do evaluation.
Oh, yes. So hi, my name is Kate Darling. I'm a medical sociologist, newly based at UMaine School of Nursing, and I'll be here helping Linda facilitate and keep track of comments and hopefully recap some of the great comments that folks have been putting in the chat.
Right.
We'll be tag teaming that
Yes.
role.
And this first part is a little bit hard because people were putting things in that were really quickly, lots of things in the chat. And first, let me say a couple things about it. Then let's talk just a little bit about what you saw and what this means for what you think the day should say. So there were we have a lot of people with a lot of knowledge today here participating, a lot of important ideas that we can really be thinking about. We also, as we talk about our hopes and our dreams, we also are recognizing it doesn't always work out that way. And part of our reason for being here today is to really think about, let's keep those dreams and let's think about why we're not achieving them. What are the difficulties in terms of achieving them? Do you want to add anything?
No, that sounds great. You're doing a great job.
So involving the community, being open, realizing unintentional biases that we may have absorbed. We have people here today from a lot of different states who have had a lot of different experiences. We have people here today who have filled a lot of different roles. So one of the things that we should be thinking about as we go through the day, and we keep watching the chat and listening to what Kate says, because Kate will monitor the chat and bring those ideas back to us again and again, is what are we learning? What are we learning together? What do people not agree with? What are the things that people want more information about? And what are all the implications that has in terms of what we want to do and what we need to do? Thinking about the chat, again, if you're site doesn't allow you to put things in there, you're certainly welcome to,
Yeah, if you put it in the chat, one of our facilitators will grab it and make sure that it gets into the Google document so that we're tracking it and able to highlight what folks are bringing in, even if I know Google Docs has some security issues for some folks. So.
Yeah, great. So what have we learned so far?
You want to open? We have such great geographic range, and as Linda's mentioning that there's lots of ways that folks are already using evidence with communities, creating evidence with stakeholders, both across the lifespan and across across communities that have really different experiences. Right, and how folks are highlighting how to bring real life interactions, analysis, and outcomes to the kinds of evidence that can speak to what public health really means on the ground. Right.
Hey,
Great.
Heather's sharing her screen now so folks can see what's been put in there.
Fabulous. Thank you so much.
this transdisciplinary collaboration with the stakeholders to ensure quality, gone.
Quality analysis.
Provide health
Oh, and the
benefits.
quality of services that are being
Yeah,
offered, right? And often that mismatch between what is available and what is truly accessible in all meanings of that term. Right, so as we're collecting final thoughts about folks' intentions for the day, we'll have our facilitators pull out some key themes so that we can underline those themes, make sure that we've touched on them throughout the day, as well as held any dangling questions for future sessions or future meetings of this group.
well, one of the things that's really, Tora Johnson, this is to me, but she's saying she can make a word cloud and add it to the doc if you'd like. Tora, you walk on water. So many interesting and important ideas here. So many important things for us to learn and to think about in terms of equity and inclusion and the kinds of issues. One of the good fortunes I've had in terms of working in this area is I've been when I was in Lowell, I was on the board for Lowell Community Health Center, and it was again dramatically changing in terms of what the community was like. And here in Maine, I have the good fortune to be on the Maine Mobile Health Board. We used to be called the Maine Migrant Health Board, and again, over and over again, we're seeing how important it is to really open ourselves up to thinking about all the ways that health services can be provided, and there can be a mismatch, and we can all learn together about it. Things you'd like to add?
I think at this point, we have about 15 minutes for questions.
Great.
To Linda about your experience in Lowell and at the Center for the various centers. And now I can't even name all.
No,
the
that's quite
centers,
all right.
But one of the things that we have always been so impressed with your work is thinking about the institutional and infrastructural supports that investigators and research teams need to ensure equity, to build trusted and equitable solutions, collaborations with their partners.
Yeah.
So if I can take the moderator role of having that as the first question is what do investigators need from their institutions to be able to start to think about this work?
Such an important question, and I can't wait to hear about your thoughts, in the chat, in terms of this issue. It's just such an interesting experience. I'm going to speak from kind of a university end for a minute, but over and over again, what do we get taught? We get taught that our work is really important, and it's okay to do that work and to ask people to be a part of our research, and we can ask them rude questions that help us better, kind of intrusive questions that will help us understand what the issues are in terms of health. And it's, of course, the information is important, but one of the things that's really interesting is to think about how do we co-learn together, and how do there's information we need to get, and how do we go about doing that? How can that happen? And one of the things that's been, for me, has been very interesting is to try to change the views in academia the upper administration, so that we all understand that we're in this together, and we need to find ways to co-develop questions that need to be asked. We really need to co-develop ideas that need to be considered, and we really need to find a way to do the work together, whether it's research or coming up with new approaches. And today you'll hear about, some people who have really developed very interesting ways to come together, and do things together. In most of my classes, one of the fun things that we did is, with our community partners, we developed kits, we developed problem solving ideas, and then shared it. And then if it was important for the community, we wrote articles together, all kinds of different sorts of things. And you have probably done similar kinds of things, or you're thinking about it. But one of the things that we hear over and over again on our campuses is, but how do we, that's too much for me to carry. I'm gonna lose my job if I do that. And so changing the way that research is approached is so important. And some great things are happening at National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences. Some great things are happening at National Science Foundation, where if you sit on review panels now, one of the exciting things is community partners are there too, and they're asking really, really good questions. So there's a lot for us to learn together.
Yeah, thank you thank you so much, Linda. I think one of the things that we've been really acculturated in the academy is that, the university holds the knowledge, generates the questions, flies in or flies by, right? And we've seen all the ways that doesn't work, isn't grounded in respect, and doesn't allow us all to find solutions that meet community needs.
And one of the questions we just got, or one of the points we just got, is much of my professional struggle has been learning how to navigate the bureaucracy of a public university landscape. And that is, I think and we're going to solve that problem, right?
Yes, by 4 p.m. No, but I think one of the things that we're really hoping out of today is that it doesn't end at 4 p.m., that this is really a starting point for a broader community of practice, because these are challenges that, have expanded over my lifetime and over over Linda's long career.
And we'll come back to this point, but one of the things that I've found really interesting in terms of dealing with those kind of things going on at universities is or public institutions, is figuring out how to talk to the upper administration. They have these kind of events, and how to know what their interests are and ask them a question about their interests that helps at some level show how important this work is, so that they really see that they can be a contributor by the questions.
Mm-hmm. And that's Linda, you are a master at that, and I have learned so much from the ways that you can frame questions, right, and that both people can hear, and as this question from Sarah Huston says can also change sort of and challenge the values that have sort of taken over neoliberal universities, right, that only focus on workforce and only focus on revenue over the longer work of building trust. Right. Because it isn't always visible
Yeah,
to funders or leadership, as Sarah points out, and it is always seen as scholarship, right? That there's some really important intellectual work involved in this kind of system change that can come from a critical question at the right time.
yeah. Can you give an example? What kind of questions have worked for you? This won't work for everybody, but when I was at UMass Lowell, one of the things that was great, there were a lot of the administration were first generation. And so I would, when there was like a public event and I could go up to one of the people and I'd say, oh, it's just so interesting. I've been hearing from people in the community, they'd sure like to know more about the university. And is that the kind of question you would have asked? And what do you think would be good to share? And it really varies a lot, but it's kind of, and the thing that was interesting is to have the upper administration person look pretty interested, in that. And this again is an aside, but it's related, which is I got a email about 20 years after I left UMass Lowell from one of the upper administration. And he said in it, I just want to apologize for how we treated you and how we treated people who were doing work with the community. And we've changed, we've learned, but I just wanted to apologize. I thought I would be dead for years before I heard anything like that.
So just to pull some of these other great examples around what are the strategies for building sustainable funding and sustainable support. That's a huge challenge. And one Carlos mentions the critical role of community health workers, right, as knowledge makers and collaborators in the research process. Yeah. These are really great discussions.
Yeah, they really are. And including from the beginning of the research design and development of any research project is just, it's exciting and it's fun. One of the things that National Science Foundation has going on now is a program they call Convergence Accelerator. And I had the good fortune to be part of one of those where it brings together community people and researchers to look at what they might want to do together and sort of how to make that happen and what are some of the issues that are keeping it from happening and that are keeping health and social sciences out of a lot of the work that goes on.
I really appreciate this insight from Kristen about the specific challenges of working in rural communities. I think there's a really significant divide between our university and our rural communities, even in a state where most people live in rural areas in Maine. There's still a lot of, I'll say, cultural opposition within the academy of the idea that research is something that can and should happen in rural communities, and that rural students and faculty based on those campuses should be doing research. That in itself is again, a cultural and values challenge that that's kind of baked into the academic enterprise.
When not a health example, but when I was growing up in Iowa, and my grandfather, a farmer, would go on and on about all these university researchers who would come down to collect data about his farm and also to tell him how to farm. But they were people who had never farmed, and it really mad. NSF is someone asked what convergent accelerators, and that was the National Science Foundation.
Mhm. And it looks like all our speakers are here for the
Great.
day, which is great. And if I can just ask, because of your experience with funders, if you could, and I know that funders do come ask you this question, if you could give one recommendation to funders about prioritizing community involvement in the research and funding process, what would it be?
A couple of things, and that's a great question. One is, again, thinking about it from their view, and one is that if they involve communities early, then the research is really going to go somewhere, that their research is going to make a difference, and they'll be able to tell their bosses that this research didn't just end up in a journal, as important as that is, that it really did make a difference, that's something that's really, useful for them to hear. The other is a step that they are increasingly taking, which is to have community people on the review panels. I can't tell you how important it is for, in all kinds of ways, the people from their different perspectives see different things, and it makes such a huge difference to have people who have been community people who have helped to write proposals or know the difficulties. And I think a third thing that would make a huge difference would be to consider sponsoring lots of trainings, in different places and different people that are fun and that really help people see, one time I did some work for a group, and they were talking about how this was all just so difficult, not just fundraising, but so difficult. And so what I did with them is I brought in a picture of a mountain, and they had sticky notes, and they put, okay, where are the different problems you're having getting to the top of that mountain? What would the top of that mountain look like? And what could you do at these different places? And the whole day that helped people kind of think about it and talk about it.
Right. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
So thinking about the entire process
Yes.
as an intervention point in itself.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for that.
Yeah.
So we'll turn now to have you introduce our first speakers and our first session on equity and ethics in the data life cycle.
Great. So let me just, how do I, what would I do if you weren't here? Great. Okay, this on equity and ethics in the data life cycle. First, let me say that the people who are going to be speaking, and I'll introduce each person before they talk, and then they'll talk, is you cannot imagine people who are more skilled and more knowledgeable. We could, instead of having them talk, we could just have pages on what they do. So I'm going to do a paragraph introduction, and then we'll turn to, and I'll do the introduction for the first speaker, then we'll hear and then go on. So our first speaker is Liam Harrison. He's a member of Huron's Institutional Review Board Service Team. He has more than 2 decades of experience in research and integrity and research compliance in higher ed and in healthcare settings. He specializes in research oversight services and responsible conduct of research and research integrity. Liam has conducted internal investigations into allegations of research misconduct and human subject protections. Before joining Huron, Liam was an inaugural IRB manager at Dartmouth-Hitchcock's Medical Center, the only NCI comprehensive cancer center in northern New England. Prior to his role at Dartmouth, Liam was Director of Research Integrity and Deputy Research Integrity Officer at University of New England, a health services university in Maine, and was Director of Research Integrity at University of Southern Maine. He brings a lot of experience. So Liam, we welcome you.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here. Good morning and greetings from Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada. I would like to start by respectfully acknowledging that I'm speaking to you today from the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The lands of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties with the Crown to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The river that runs through the city of Fredericton is known as the Wolastoq, along which the Wolastoqey people, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river, live. Wolastoq is also called the St. John River. Linda, thank you for the introduction. A little bit more background. I began my life as a medical anthropologist looking at biopolitical factors in health and illness. And I ended up in law school, practiced in administrative and regulatory law, defense, and alternative dispute resolution, completing about 1,500 mediations over the course of my career. I found that mediational skill set is really important in the work that I do. I've been involved in research compliance and integrity work for over 20 years, with a real emphasis on human subject protections and research misconduct. Today, I'm going to be focusing primarily on IRB concerns in my brief presentation, and then a very quick foray into some emerging questions of data ownership. The IRB system is often seen as a purely regulatory scheme, and some people could fairly read that as the IRB is an obstructionist body. At one point, I was known as the top cop in the fascist State Office of Thought Control and Suppression, and I was given that label by a friend. And there are, in fact, some IRB professionals who suggest that there's no room for ethical considerations in the IRB process, that it's supposed to be strictly regulatory and formulaic. Are the boxes all checked? If so, the study can go ahead. If not, it can't. I and the team I work with at Huron reject this notion. And we're of the opinion that there are always ways to educate IRBs and investigators on how to move research forward in an ethical manner. A very quick early message to share with you all: work with your IRB early and often to move your research forward. And as quickly as you can, as early in the life cycle of your study or your research activity as you can, consider bringing the leaders of your community, your community partners, and the IRB together to help formulate your approach to the questions you're exploring. You may have questions that the IRB doesn't understand, and your community leaders will be able to help explain to the IRB why the questions are being asked in the way they're being asked and why they're important. In order to really understand what the IRB is about and how it plays into ethical conduct of research, you need to understand a bit more about what the IRB is. So here's some basics. The IRB system is really an outgrowth of research abuses in the early 20th century, and also, unfortunately, in the later 20th century, and in the early 21st century. There's all kinds of horror stories, ranging from Nazi medical experimentation to the Tuskegee study, to MK Ultra, to Henrietta Lacks, to the Havasupai case, which I'll touch a bit more on later as we go along. All of these have given rise to a public outcry, which culminated in the preparation of something called the Belmont Report in the 1970s. The Belmont Report articulated three primary ethical foundations for the ethical conduct of primarily biomedical human research. And it's important to remember that it was primarily biomedical human research because it got expanded into social and behavioral and educational research, and it didn't map all that cleanly on. The first of these elements of the Belmont Report is respect for person. And this has a focus on autonomy, which can give rise to challenges in certain contexts. The primary measure of autonomy and respect for person is consent. And that raises the question of who gives consent. Oftentimes an IRB will say it needs to be the person who is the research participant. But that doesn't necessarily work when dealing with children or dealing with certain communities. In dealing with the Havasupai case, for instance, the question arose, was it the community elders, the tribal leaders, or was it individuals who had to give consent, or was it a mix of people who had to give consent? Oftentimes nowadays, the best practice is considered to be it's flexible depending upon the nature of your community that you're working with. If your community needs to express group consent before a research activity can get underway, then you will need to make sure that you have group consent from the appropriate parties. And you figure out who those are from your preparatory work. And once you have that group consent, then you may very well need to get individual consent. So it's a little bit flexible. The next key Belmont principle is justice, which has two meanings. The most commonly understood one is that those who bear the burden of the research should get the benefits. And I'll take a moment to describe what happened in the Havasupai case, because this is my illustration for this portion. The Havasupai are an indigenous peoples living at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And in the late 1980s, they were having a rampant epidemic of diabetes. And they asked an anthropologist at Arizona State University to help them figure out what was going on, whether there was a genetic component, whether there was something happening with them that was beyond their control, and how they could adapt their lives. So this anthropologist coordinated with a nutritionist and a geneticist, and they went in and collected blood samples and unfortunately did some other things. But the initial core question was, what's happening with the diabetes in the Havasupai people? And here, there was a question about whether it was nature or nurture, whether it was environmental, whether it was genetic. And the diabetes component ended up providing direct benefit to the Havasupai people by clarifying that their diabetes epidemic was not primarily genetic in nature. It was primarily nutritional, with intrauterine exposure to low protein and high carbohydrate diets, damaging the developing pancreas in neonates. But there were other unauthorized studies which were done at the behest of the geneticist, looking at things like schizophrenia, migration and origins of the Havasupai people, that imposed a burden on them with no benefit. The upshot of the Havasupai case was a tremendous upheaval in the relationship between the Havasupai people and Arizona State University and researchers in general. A $75 million lawsuit, loss of relationship, loss of stature, and also irreparable cultural harm to the Havasupai people. Justice also means that research resources should be brought to bear for the benefit of all communities, not simply members of majority communities. It implies equity in the distribution of research efforts. Now, this isn't to say that every investigator has an obligation to study every population. It means that that the research enterprise should cast a very wide net. And I just saw Becca posted an article about the Havasupai case. That article is interesting in as far as it goes. I was at Arizona State University when this matter blew up, and I'm married to the chair of the IRB, who was the chair of the IRB at that time. And there's inside information that we have that isn't captured in that article. Back onto the main thrust, the third Belmont principle is beneficence, which simply put is do not cause harm. Don't go out and hurt people for the sake of hurting people in the name of research. Tailor your research activity to minimize harm to people, and that can be collective group harm or it can be individual harm. Some key definitions in the context of IRB work. IRBs oversee research with human subjects. So we have to have a definition of human subjects. And The regulations tell us that a human subject is a living human being about whom an investigator obtains information or biospecimens through intervention or interaction with the individual and uses, studies, or analyzes that information or biospecimens. So if I'm an investigator and I ask Linda for information about Becca, I don't have a human subject. Yes, I'm intervening with Linda, but I'm not intervening to get information about Linda. I'm intervening with Linda to get information about Becca. Becca is not my human subject because I'm not intervening or interacting directly with her. However, if I obtain, use, study, analyze, or generate identifiable private information or identifiable biospecimens about Becca, then Becca becomes a human subject. But if it's public information, then it's not covered, and Becca still remains not a human subject. Research is a kind of a tricky one. It's defined as a systematic investigation designed to contribute to or create generalizable knowledge. And unfortunately, the regulations don't define generalizable. The general rule of thumb of generalizability is if you can extrapolate from your population, your study sample, to the population at large, then it's generalizable. But if you're doing, for instance, an oral history with 1 or 2 or 3 people, that's not going to be generalizable. It's hard to extrapolate from a sample size that small. There are certain carve-outs, certain exceptions to research. And in a revision to the regulations governing human subject research, certain scholarly and journalistic activities are deemed not research right from the outset. These are oral history, journalism, biography, things like that. And where these include the collection and use of information focusing on specific individuals about whom the information is collected, then it's generally not considered research. And perhaps more of interest to this audience is that certain public health activities are considered not to be research under the terms of the current regulations. And these are primarily public health surveillance activities, including the collection or testing of information or biospecimens that's under the auspices of a public health authority. Now, if a public health authority identifies a topical area that you're interested in as an area of concern, you might be able to say that your work meets this definition and is therefore not research. But best practices are to not make that determination on your own. Consult with an IRB. You consult with your IRB chair or your IRB's administrator. Another thing to bear in mind is that IRBs can't do after the fact reviews. It's a prospective risk-benefit analysis. While I was at UNE, we had a couple of students who went out and did their research and then came back and said, my research is done and I want to submit this for my master's degree, or I want to submit this for publication and I'm told I need to have IRB approval. Can we please have that now? And unfortunately, the answer was no. We couldn't do that. We could issue a letter saying what we would have done if it had come to us beforehand, but we weren't able to do it after the fact. And in the case of the student working on his master's degree, he had to start over. And in terms of the student whose publication was hinging on an IRB approval letter, that work never got published. Yes, Karen, absolutely right. The advisor did fail them, and there were changes in the system to address that, including education and outreach, working the need for prospective research and an understanding of what IRBs do into the curriculum for the students. So some real current challenges facing IRBs and by extension facing investigators are this balancing act, weighing advances in social goods and scientific knowledge against individual rights. How do we do that? We have to be concerned about things like what happened with the Havasupai or what happened with Henrietta Lacks, where there was scientific knowledge or social knowledge gained at the expense of the individual. Another thing to bear in mind as a challenge is that regulations don't necessarily equal ethical conduct. You can have regulations that prescribe a particular pattern of conduct that by its nature is unethical. And that doesn't mean that it's okay. The other thing to bear in mind is that the Western focus of the Belmont report. This emphasis on autonomy is very much a Western orientation. There's a scholar by the name of Rick Schwader who developed the three big cultural models of ethical behavior: autonomy, community, and divinity. Autonomy places the individual at the uppermost considerations for ethical concerns. Community talks about community order, social structure, and divinity talks about natural order. An emerging relevant topic right now is data sharing. And NIH is now requiring data sharing in all NIH-funded activities. There's a question now about how that relates to American Indian and Native Alaskan data. One of the things that has come up recently is the idea that American Indian and Native Alaskan data is always owned by the tribes and is never owned by the institution or by the researcher. Consider consent processes. When do you do consent? Is it a one-time deal? Is it one and done, or is it an ongoing process? How do you do it? Written, verbal, with whom? Leaders, individuals? And a last point is a question of focus on research, and this frames the ethical context of research. There's arguably too much research, particularly in the American Indian and Native American context, that's focusing on what is wrong with the study population and ignoring the strengths and resources in the community. And there are American Indian and Native Alaskan and First Nations researchers who argue that this needs to be flipped on its head, that the research needs to focus on strength and resources and resilience in communities, as opposed to illness and what is wrong. So with that, I will draw to a close and say thank you very much for your time today. Wallowin Gumach. Thank you.
Can we all, even though we're in different places, can we all give him a hand and keep putting your questions in the chat, and we'll hold all the questions till at the end of the session. We will go through them, but keep thinking about what you just learned and who are you going to share it with? How are you going to use this important information? We are very lucky to have another very experienced person who's going to help us think through some of these issues. And Karen Ericetti is an experienced program evaluator and strategic planner specializing in data visualization and supporting public health departments through accreditation and improvement planning. She's an assistant professor at Tufts University School of Medicine and teaches courses in program evaluation, public health assessment, and qualitative methods. She has extensive experience working with BOPOC and underserved populations, particularly Hispanic communities. She co-led a team that tested 8 demonstrations of integrated behavioral health models in Southern Texas, the U.S. border, Mexico border communities. One of the trial sites is one part of her work that was part of her work included patients who were largely undocumented and also under 200% of the federal poverty level. In 2022, she developed and conducted a health equity focused data visualization training for the Council of State and territorial epidemiologists as a part of their national conference in 2021. Karen, thanks so much for joining us and sharing your knowledge with us.
My pleasure. I do want to just say at the outset that I'm getting over a cold, so you're hearing that in my voice. And if I'm unclear in any way, please let me know. So thank you so much for inviting me. And I just wanted also to state outright at the beginning that I consider myself a practitioner and someone who is continuing to learn how to do equity in the field. And I wanted to also ask if you wouldn't mind just putting in the chat box if you have any responsibilities for teaching evaluation in your current work and professional work. I would love to hear that. I am an evaluator and I still practice evaluation in the field. But my primary responsibility right now is training people how to do this work at Tufts School of Medicine in the MPH program. And I find that it's really interesting to hear from other people who also have this responsibility. It is something that I care deeply about, and making sure that I do it well, and also providing examples to my students who will have to go out in the world and actually do this work either internally as evaluators in organizations, or they're doing it independently as a third party. So if you have that responsibility, I would love to know that in the chat. So hi everyone. I do want to introduce myself a little bit more just to give you a sense of my history and background, but I do want to acknowledge the elephant in the room, that I'm a white woman named Karen. And this has actually shifted things for me a little bit in the pandemic, about having to think about the perspectives that I have and the privileges that I have in doing my work. But most of my work in equity and thinking about how to do equity in the field was shaped about 7 or 8 years ago. Yes, thank you for the LOL. I appreciate that. I always have to just throw that out there. 7 years ago, people weren't talking about equity in the same way we are now. So I want to acknowledge that this field has really changed a lot in a very short space of time. And so, you know, as we go through and think about equity, and you go through this day thinking about equity, I want to just invite everyone to consider yourself a co-creator in this process. As we're in the field, going in the field, doing work as evaluators and in all the different disciplines associated with it, we're learning as we do. We do a lot of listening and learning. We hear that phrase a lot, but we also have to be doing. And sometimes we're going to make a lot of mistakes in that process, and I certainly have done that in my work. So I just want to encourage you to be part of this process. You are invited to be part of it and to develop your own strategies and share those. It's so important to share our journey and how we do this work with each other. And often as we don't have spaces like this where we can talk about what works and what doesn't. And so I view that as very critical in being able to advance scholarship, but also the practice of equity in these spaces. So to back up, I have been doing work as an evaluator in the field for 20 years. And most of my work has taken place in the US-Mexico border region. I spent about 6 years there doing an evaluation, which I'll talk about a little bit in a second. But I also do a fair amount of work in the US territories and freely associated states. And so I just want to share that, you know, these are communities that are really important to me, but a lot of people don't work in. And I'm going to talk about them maybe a little bit differently you might expect, because the populations that I work with, yes, do fit some of the boxes that we normally want to think about when we do equity work. For example, working in Hispanic communities and what it's like to work in those spaces, or to work with communities that are largely unseen and we don't see in research. But I wanted to share with you just kind of a perspective up front about doing equity work that I think is so important and needs to be said when we do equity work, and that is accessibility. Ground zero of equity work in the very beginning of equity work has always been working with people with disabilities. And often in my work, we do not see that come up as something we think about in advance of equity work. We're so caught up in thinking about frameworks, particularly racial equity frameworks, and gender. Those are the things that people are most focused on. But in my work, it is incredibly important to center accessibility first and to make a plan for accessibility throughout all phases of your work. And I'm seeing in the chat this is resonating with all of you, and I'm sure you've had experiences that you could share as well about how to prepare for and how to implement accessible solutions in the field. And as evaluators, we need to be practicing that in all aspects of the cycle, from planning, data collection, so on, all the way through to dissemination. So I just want to be mindful of that and to remind us that that is a key part of our work. I did not always do this in my work, which is why I'm sharing this with you now, that it wasn't something that was part of my toolkit in any way until I got to my project in the US-Mexico border, which is where I will start my process here. So I was an evaluator for a very large project investigating integrated behavioral health. My main content area is health systems and how do we design health systems to make it more accessible, affordable, and more high quality of an experience for patients. And as part of that work, I evaluated this large demonstration with about 7 sites looking at integrated care. And for those of you who worked in the Rio Grande Valley, I'd love to hear from you, but many people have no experience working there. And I certainly didn't when I started. So I knew nothing. I went there thinking I knew everything, but I knew absolutely nothing about how to do equity work. And for all the beautiful frameworks we've developed in equity, which you can Google and you can see everybody has their own way of working. Which one do I use? I didn't have one when I went down to the U.S.-Mexico border, and I sort of said, well, you know, I'm an evaluator, so I know quite a bit. So I'm so happy I get to share my knowledge with other people. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. And if you're laughing, you should be, because you don't know what you don't know until you don't know it. My job was to develop really robust evaluations. The funder, in this case, was the Social Innovation Fund, which is now a defunct federal agency, that was really bent on developing evidence for social strategies in the field. And it's incredibly difficult to go into the field knowing that the expectation is that the best evidence is at that top of the pyramid, the randomized control trial. And I knew the expectation was that I was to go into the field, work with partners, and make the best case to do an RCT. That was the pressure. Now, if you're an evaluator and you've been through this experience where there's some pressure from funders to do certain things, you know what that feels like. But if you're marching into a community that has never done any kind of research, let alone evaluation, which is completely different, a new thing, and your job is to get them to do an RCT, you're going to feel a little bit of heat. When I went into 2 settings in particular, but I'll focus on one of them, Tropical Texas Behavioral Health, which is a local mental health authority in Texas. They were investigating co-located care. And if you put primary care within a local mental health authority facility, can you improve chronic health conditions? So can you reduce HbA1c? Can you reduce blood pressure, and so on? And the question I asked them was, what do you want to do? You have, the obligation of your funder to somehow produce evidence. This is a heavy lift for any community, let alone one that's never done any of this kind of work before. And, I asked, just by asking the question, what do you want to do, was enough to sort of empower them to say, we don't know, we have never done this before. And we worked through all the options. Should we do an RCT? Should we do a quasi-experimental design? Should we do, a time series, something like that? And at the end, they sort of looked at me and asked me, what do you want us to do? And I said, don't want you to do anything. I want you to do something that you want to do that will empower your community to move forward in your work, that you will feel good about at the end. So I basically said, hang the funder. It doesn't matter. You do what you need to do for your space and what makes sense, what is feasible and practical. At that time, I didn't realize what I said was really about shaping who I was as an evaluator. I'm an empowerment evaluator. So I believe in empowering and giving tools and building capacity in communities. But I didn't know that's what I was doing at the time. And they were shocked about being told that they could make a decision about how to do this work for themselves. And they decided actually in the end to do a randomized control trial. The overriding reason that they decided to do a randomized is they said, why not us? Why not we do the RCT and see what happens? What is the worst thing that can happen is that we fail. And we don't, in these community spaces, actually get to do RCTs. We are largely unrepresented in the research, and we want to provide that evidence to people who are similar to us in different communities. And it was such a powerful decision. It wasn't my decision. It wasn't the evaluator's decision. It was their decision. And this is a community that serves people who have severe, persistent mental illness, which includes major depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia. So they serve some of the most vulnerable people in the space of public health and healthcare. And in the general population, they live 10 years fewer than their counterparts, which means that this had to be done in a way that respected their experience. But they had no idea what to do. And so over the course of this evaluation, after having made that decision, we had to co-create a way to work together. And it was such a process where I had to really access humility, because I didn't know how to teach them how to do everything. And I had to bring people in who are other evaluators to help me teach them how to do a randomized control trial. How do you literally randomize people into a trial? How do you collect informed consent? So Liam's talk about how do we get consent? How do we think about that? We're dealing with a population that has severe mental illness. How do you get consent? We had to grapple with a lot of different questions. And as we developed the process together, what I realized is there was a handoff happening. There was a handoff from me as the evaluator with that superpower of I know how to do evaluation to my partners knowing how to be evaluators. They became evaluators. They empowered themselves to do the work themselves, so that there was a power shift happening before me. And we didn't have fancy equity frameworks back then to know that that's what was happening, but there was a transformation occurring and a handoff that ultimately resulted in that partner owning the results that they got, which was actually very positive. In Tropical Texas's case, they were able to demonstrate an improvement in systolic blood pressure that had never been seen before. And they were able to publish in JAMA. I'm not JAMA, sorry, JGIM. I'm like, went up with the acronyms there. In JGIM, which is the really journal in the world. And it was such an amazing accomplishment for their team, but it was not my accomplishment, it was theirs, and they owned it. They were able to present the data. One of my favorite moments was watching my partner, my community partner, who had been an engineer before doing evaluation work with me, and she was the lead for the project. She made a presentation at a professional conference. She explained all of the statistics, which scared her to actually go up and talk about it. And when she was done, the smile on her face was, I have just shared what we have done. I'm so proud of what we have done. I think I can do this again. So for me, as an evaluator working in this space, it's about sharing my knowledge so that I don't have to do it for them ever again. They can actually be empowered to do it themselves and to feel good about the process, that they own that process. And this is what I call the partnership-centered evaluation approach, where you shift power of the knowledge you have as an evaluator to your partner so that they are able to take that on and to actually use those tools. This is, to me, a capacity building strategy in evaluation that should be part of how we teach equity and in evaluation work. In research philosophy, there's a paradigm called the transformational paradigm, where we see everything in the world as being about power. And we know how power is really about how it affects everything that we do. And if you are an equity person, you believe that. In evaluation, that means that power that you have as an evaluator, that knowledge, is power itself. And you have to give that to the people that you're working with. It is also important, too, to make sure that when you're working with people in communities, that they feel that they can, in fact, take on those responsibilities. And to Elaine's comment, we can't assume that people who are in the lay community can take ownership of data collection. You have to train them, you have to support them, you have to do the work alongside them. And eventually, there's a shift where they feel like that can work. It doesn't always happen, and sometimes you end up presenting the results. You end up doing that work, and this is certainly the case in many of my evaluations. But the important part is to try and to make sure that your partner feels empowered through the entire process. I want to leave you with four things, tools that you can use in your own evaluation work. I have noticed in my work that there are kind of four you words that I have to confront and battle in my equity work. They are uninvited, unwelcomed, unseen, and unheard. And I like to tackle each one of these U's in my work. And the first is that most times when I'm in communities, I find, particularly when I've worked in the US Virgin Islands, I wrote their first community health assessment that has ever been published alongside with their partnership. And I'm incredibly proud of that work. But one thing I noticed about working in the island communities is that people have never been invited to processes like this. And it's important to, again, extend the invitation for people to work with you. I think it's also important to welcome people. Your behavior as an evaluator and how you conduct yourself, how you facilitate conversations, and how you lead through service matters. So making people feel welcome as part of the evaluation is important. Making sure people have an actual space to be heard and that their words matter and are used. So how do I address not being heard, making sure that there's a space for that? And then finally, being seen. It is important for people to be seen in evaluation projects, not just as participants or as partners, but they actually have roles where they are valued and they are seen to be valued in public. So I just want to leave you with that sort of for you thing that I do. And maybe that will help speak to you and sort of how you think about your process in truly elevating voices of people when you're doing evaluation work. So I'm going to leave that there. Thank you so much for inviting me to this and also for being part of this. I do a ton of work in data visualization and equity, which is where my current work as an evaluator sits. And I see some people in the participants that have actually been at my workshops. This is a reminder to you to get out of workshops and go into the field and actually try the work. And that is all. Thank you, Linda.
Again, can we give a hand to Karen in terms of just all of the wonderful information she shared with us and all the challenges that she raised for us in terms of thinking about how do we move beyond maybe what we learned in graduate school or in other settings, and how do we think about how we could use what Karen has said to us and asked us to think about. And do keep putting your thoughts in the chat, and as we're going to have some great help after the third talk in this session, and that's going to help us. Kate's going to help us in terms of putting them together and thinking about it.
So right now we'll take a 10-minute break and come back right at 10 a.m. to hear from Ian Yaffe from here in Maine.
And again, thank you.
We'll have Linda. Oops. We'll have Linda now introduce Ian Yaffe, our next speaker.
Ian, it's a great pleasure to have you here. Ian Yaffe is Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for Maine Department of Health and Services, where he works to refine, implement, and make into a living document the department's strategic plan to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. He previously served as director of the Office of Population Health Equity at Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention. And prior to joining the DHHS team, Ian served as executive director of Mono in Mono, a nonprofit organization that works with immigrant and farm worker communities in rural Maine to advocate for change and ensure access to essential services, education, and housing. Ian holds a bachelor's degree in Latin American Studies and Education from Bowdoin College and a master's of public administration degree from University of Washington. And here's the part is that I think is the most interesting. He is also a senior chief, how do you say it, boatswain? Mate in the U.S. Coast Guard Reserve, and serves on the boards of Coastal Enterprises Incorporated, Maine Health Access Foundation, and Maine Philanthropy Center. So it is with great pleasure that we look forward to hearing what you have to say, Ian. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Linda. Can you hear me okay? No, in Zoom, that's a dumb
We
question.
can.
All right, I see lots of people saying yes. So thank you for having me today. I'm really excited to share with you a little bit of the work that we've been up to in my previous, although / current position, because we haven't hired the next director of the Office of Population Health Equity. So really that's where I'll be focusing my time, is the work that we've been up to at the Office of Population Health Equity. When it comes to data equity, is something that we're really deeply concerned about and really excited about moving forward over the next couple of years across Maine CDC as our state public health agency, which I probably don't have to tell anybody here, but sometimes folks don't know that. So I'm going to share my slides here because I'm awful at keeping track of myself. And so that'll help me keep focus. I have a couple of visuals. And then in classic Zoom fashion, I just have to rearrange what screen is what so that I can still press buttons and you can see the slides without being interrupted. So all that aside, I'm going to talk a little bit about what data equity means to us. And really for me, I usually start with Maine's demographics because I think sometimes we have these conversations about data equity and communities as if like we don't understand the scale that we're talking about. So I like to ground in that. I'm going to talk about health equity frameworks and what we're doing at OPHE, and then what that means for data equity in terms of what we have and where we're going when it comes to data. So quick refresher for folks in terms of Maine's demographics. I have been a big priority of our office has been focusing on Black, Indigenous, and people of color as a very large community in Maine that doesn't really get as much attention as other communities. So right now, there's over 125,000 people in Maine who are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. That's around 9%. The census undercounts these communities, so that's certainly like the minimum that we're talking about. But when we have these conversations about communities of color in Maine, usually we're having those conversations as if it's like a couple thousand people. And there's more people of color in Maine than in many like of our smallest counties. And we don't really have this conversation at the same way about communities. And I see Michelle is putting in the chat here. I really appreciate that. You know, there's over 342,000 people in Maine who have at least one disability. And so when we have these conversations about health equity, we kind of talk about these special communities in some ways as if they're really small. And it's like, it'd be nice if we could figure this out, but we would never have that conversation about a county. We would never say like, it would be nice if we could figure out what's going on in Washington County, but we don't have time because it's only 40,000 people. But in Maine, when we talk about these health equity issues that are so cross-cutting, we often talk about them as if, you know, it's a really small group of people. And so again, with the same theme, and we could do this with lots of other communities that experience health inequities, as folks are, as Michelle, you know, bringing up another example of a community that experiences health inequities, you know, we could do this in other ways, but it's really just to make the point that there are people of color in this case all across Maine. This isn't like oh, we should talk about it in Cumberland County or Portland. And yeah, it's relevant there, but it's relevant in lots of other places. So there's this map just showing you where there are communities of color, and they're everywhere in Maine. So and yeah, I see that comment in the chat. So Heather has answered that. We'll get the slides to you after the event. So what does all this mean for health equity? I think when we talk about data, it's one of the key elements of our road to health equity. And health equity is this broad term that means when everybody has the opportunity to be as healthy as possible. that doesn't mean that people get equal services or have equal outcomes. It means that folks have equal or equitable opportunities, and that's really important. And in order to do that, we have to have data practices that support the advancement of this goal. And I would say across the board right now, we just don't. We're not there at the moment. If we were, this wouldn't be as much of a cross-cutting issue, whether you're talking about Black, Indigenous, or people of color, or people with disabilities and communities that have obvious health equity issues, but that there's like still a basic struggle to understand why those issues are occurring, what are the root causes of them, and what to do about them. One of the ways that we have attempted to start to do this nationally and here in Maine is around the idea of social determinants of health. And that is that health inequities are caused by these root causes that public health has traditionally ignored as health concerns. And so it's social conditions, it's economic conditions, which we talk about a lot, but the sort of idea that those are baked, those economic conditions mean that our health inequities are baked into the system, and environmental conditions and the ways that identities, again, lots of different identities, the way that those intersect and connect to health outcomes are really profound. And we know what these things are. This isn't new information. There's a report you can check out about where we're at with social determinants of health in Maine. That's from 2019. We're planning to work on some updates in the next year, but there's a link here in the slides when you get them that will take you to that report if you don't have it already. So what does the Office of Population and Health Equity do? Really, our goal is to advance health equity by illuminating and addressing the underlying conditions and systems that limit the full potential of Maine residents to lead healthy, safe, and opportunity-rich lives. And that's our mission as a department. So our mission as this office is to take a look at the root causes and figure out how to communicate about them differently and work with communities to better understand what those root causes are and what we need to do about them. We have 4 kind of strategic priorities that we're working on right now. The first is investing in communities. The second is fostering community partnerships. And then the third is building internal infrastructure. And that's where this data conversation really comes into play, because I think that's an infrastructure that we hear that folks are expecting needs to exist. We need to have a data infrastructure here at our public health department that allows us to understand health inequities and track them, and more importantly, illuminate what the drivers of solutions would be, just like we illuminate the drivers of the problems. And that work means that we're going to have to work across government. And thanks, Nancy, for posting the report in the chat. I know you've been a big part of that report and the work that we're doing here at Maine CDC. So across all these strategies, we currently have an explicit focus on racial equity, while also intersections of race, ethnicity, class, gender, sexual orientation, and ability in health outcomes. That means that we're not really willing to let go of racial equity, because I think when we look at health equity issues, that's one of the most clear cross-cutting examples that it persists no matter what community that you're talking about. Like people of color as an individual group face worse health outcomes. And if you isolate within, like if you're talking about gender, it's the same, like people of color also experience disparities even when you're looking within gender or within sexual orientation or within ability. So that's really part of our lens, but it doesn't mean that that's the only focus of the office, because these issues are so cross-cutting. So here's some examples of what we're doing. I mean, really, at the moment, we're using our COVID disparities money. So we have some federal dollars that came to Maine to address COVID disparities, both among racial and ethnic minority communities and among rural communities. And so we're focusing on investing these dollars into community-based efforts to address root causes of health disparities and empower resilience in those communities. And OPHE is focusing on the racial and ethnic side of the grant, and then the Office of Rural Health and other places across the department are focusing on the rural side of this grant. We also really are trying to build strategic, long-term, and trusting relationships with our partners so that we're not just connecting with folks around data, but we're really connecting and partnering across the public health agency and how we can work together with communities to better illuminate the issues that they're facing and what we need to do about it and make sure that those aren't lost. And then in terms of the internal infrastructure, I mean, that's where I'm really excited about where we're heading. There's a lot of work that we're doing across Maine CDC to look at how we can improve our data systems and do some of the things that we already know need to be done. And I'll share a little bit about those in the next slide, since that's the most relevant section of work for this conversation. And then just naming the obvious thing when we talk about addressing health inequities, and the root causes of those, it requires us to work across government. That's across the Department of Health and Human Services, but also beyond that with our partner. Give me a second while it adjusts. All right. Sorry about that. I don't know what it did, just turned off and on. But I'm just gonna pull up the rest of the screen here and try and make sure you don't see anything else. So, okay, I'm back now. So data equity priorities, the real reason that you have me here today. Where are we going? And so I have this slide, which Nancy Berkheimer presented with our advisory council that I really thought was helpful about how we approach data. And data are this big topic in public health that is all over the place. It's not just facts and figures. I mean, quantitative data are certainly important, but it's also qualitative data. It's the stories that we share about the disparities that I'm talking about today. Those stories matter a lot, whether they have facts and figures behind them or whether they're based on the lived experiences that we have. So data, again, numbers and stories can shape policies, practices, and allocation of resources. There's no way around it that data shapes these things, and that our public health data, whether we intend it to not, it gets used to shape all sorts of things that affect day-to-day lives of communities and affect that goal that we have of having everybody be have the opportunity to be as healthy as possible. And I would point out that that goal is fairly new. When we talk about there being a goal that we want everybody to be as healthy as possible, the government has only had that goal for like a couple decades. So for the majority of the history of government, we did not have that goal, and our data systems reflect that government has not had that goal, regardless of if we're meeting the goal today. This is still new in the history of government, in the history of public health. The idea that it exists to serve everybody is new. And so we still have to adjust to that reality and what it should have been all along. But just given the history of our country and of Maine, it wasn't there. Like, this isn't baked into the system. The opposite is baked into the system. So data are really important to think about how we change our policies, practices, and resource allocation for these future conversations about how we get at addressing these issues. It can increase knowledge and improve response to public health issues. So it helps people to really understand what's going on and to zoom out from an individual perspective and to go more into a community perspective. It provides us information to inform program planning. So when we plan our programs here, they have to be based on some understanding of what they're going to do and what data are going to move to demonstrate success. And it can help us identify threats to health in a timely manner. So if we see something happening or we hear stories about something happening, it can allow the public health department to address those threats, hopefully as close to possible as in real time or in a predictive way in the long term. Finally, these data tell us about what's effective about our prevention and intervention efforts. So sometimes whatever we're doing, is that education information, or if it's a service that we're providing, is it actually effective at preventing the outcome? Or if it's an intervention, is that particular intervention actually going to get you to what your goal is? And lastly, I think in this conversation about data, it's really important for us to understand data from communities, what their needs are, in ways that make sense to them, and not just a one-size-fits-all approach. So I'm going to give you an example just of the power of data, and what it means when we tell stories. So going back, looking at some of our COVID data, you can see these charts. This is Maine's COVID-19 cases for the first couple years of the pandemic, where you can see, and I'll kind of focus you here, where like spring of 2020, it was like a really great time to be in Maine, according to this chart. We had virtually like no detectable cases of COVID. I mean, yes, there were people that had them, but we were so far below the national numbers here that was like Maine was like one of the best places to be. It had one of the best responses when you look at some of these data. And that was a narrative that was being told in spring of 2020. It was like, we're doing really great. And people in Maine are really lucky to be here because you're not getting COVID. Same data set, going to go to a different slide. Not true. And so for communities in Maine, especially Black and African American communities, that same time period was really, really bad. And we had the worst racial disparity in the country for COVID cases at the same time that we had the best response and the most access to resources. So when I talk about these health inequities, they're so baked into the system that even when you think that we're doing something about it, if you're not looking for the predictable story here that's being told, you're going to miss it. And that is a real mistake. And so just, looking at context, so for Black and African American communities in Maine, in April of 2020, or May of 2020, that time period, you're looking at around 3,000 or 4,000 cases per 100,000 people. And then for the rest of Maine, it took us until about February of 2021 to get to that same level. So the rest of Maine didn't even really understand or experience COVID the same way that Black and African Americans did until after vaccines were available. And so I just use that as an example of how powerful data are to tell the story, and whether or not we're telling the story here on the left side, or that we have the best response, or whether we're telling the story on the right side that we had the worst. Both stories are true, and they're both based on the same data, and how you make those decisions is really important. And I would also say that these data here, like these are reactive data. When we were meeting with community partners back in spring of 2020, we already knew that this was going to happen. They told us that this was going to happen, that it was happening before our data caught up. And so I would just say that's the other thing when we talk about data, is that people know what's happening before it shows up in our systems, and we have to figure out a way to react to that better, and to be proactive about it. And again, to Michelle's point, like we can't tell the story about populations with disabilities because the data can't be sorted by disability type or status. We just don't even have it yet. Communities understand what disparities are, and we have to figure out a way to do that. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we're doing that in the next couple of slides. And so this is the reality that we face. Again, focusing on structural racism. The root cause of racial disparities is evident in these systemic outcomes. And there's examples here about disproportional contact in criminal justice or achievement gap, or even, I would say the term like health inequities. There are these coded language that are used to describe the things that I'm talking about, and we don't often talk about it more directly as an issue that has to do with systemic racism or structural racism in this case. And so the challenge that I face right now, to be honest, in this role, is the idea that oftentimes, and we're having these conversations about health inequities that are disconnected from the root cause, and we're talking about trying to go out there and get more data as if we don't have enough data to already act on what we already know. And whether that's with communities that, with disability communities or with Black, Indigenous, and people of color, like I think we already know what the answer is. We have lots of different ways to know that. And yet on a policy perspective, we're like, we need to go get more data before we take action. And that's a really challenging spot to be, and one that we're trying to figure out in the next couple of years as an office of what we focus on as more data. And when we just say like, here's what we have, like we don't need more data to take action. Data are useful as a tool to hold us accountable to whether our efforts are achieving their goal, but they shouldn't be a barrier to taking action on these longstanding health inequity issues. So some of the key ideas of data equity are that data aren't objective. So when we're talking about these things, like I could have shown you one slide, it would have been true, but it wouldn't have told you the full story. So there's this interpretation bias that comes into play. And I think we just need to separate the idea that data are objective from our conversations, because they're never going to be. And we should just acknowledge that and not pretend that we need to wait for this like objective information to come through that just isn't going to come through because it doesn't exist. Data can also create and perpetuate the power dynamics that we're trying to eliminate when we talk about these conversations. Who actually is empowered to collect data? I think if we collect data here, even if I do a survey here and I say it's Maine CDC data, like that is treated so much more seriously than if the same person does the same survey with the same people in a community-based organization. And so I think we have to acknowledge those power dynamics and figure out what we're doing about them. Who the end user of data is also really important. Those power dynamics are the data being used to serve, a state institution? Is it really being created in a way where the end user is the community that is collecting the data? And who has access to it? Most of our data is fairly hard to access, even the things that are posted on our website. It's hard for communities to get access to the data that is being collected about them on a regular basis. And this connects to the idea of data sovereignty and the democratization of data. And so who owns the data really matters. And I know there are going to be some presenters from Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness later. So I just wanted to highlight some of these principles of First Nation principles of ownership, control, access, and possession, or OCAP, but I'm sure that'll come up later. And the last thing I'll share is just that data equity has to be part of our life cycle of data collection. And so we're doing that here by really looking at how to better align our efforts with community-based organizations. And we're going to be funding several efforts for community-based organizations to go out there and do their own data collection projects with a research partner that they select, but where the data are actually created, controlled, and evaluated and shared by the community that it's about. So we're really excited to launch those community-led needs assessments, and you'll be seeing more about that in the summer of this year in terms of when there'll be an application for community organizations to apply to do this work. And we're excited to do that with several of the communities that have come up in the chat here where we don't have data, and that, and I didn't realize my camera was off. I'm really sorry about that. I'll just say that's coming in the summer, and I'll stop sharing my screen so I can turn the camera on, and apologize for the tech issues during the middle of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Ian. And at this point, we'll invite our other presenters, Karen and Liam, to join us on the panel. And we've collected several great questions from the group. And I think I would just like to make a connection between what Ian had shared with us around the sort of endless imperative for more and more and more data, and the piece where Liam pointed us right to what Tuck would call resisting damage-based research, right? And those questions that continue to sort of push academics and push state agencies to look for problems in marginalized communities rather than, as Ian pointed us to, the root causes and the sources of strength and community resilience. So one of the questions that we've received is around how do we define questions? How do we define accessibility in practice? And I think that's a question primarily stemming from Karen's discussion, but I think fits to all of us, as well as what are our definitions, our working and operate definitions of equity in concept and on the ground in practice. So Karen, maybe we'll invite you to take the accessibility question and then bring Liam and Ian in on that.
Yes, and please do jump in, folks. I think when I talk about accessibility, the expansive definition of accessibility includes access to research development and all the things. But what I was referencing was, in fact, very basic accessibility that we don't incorporate into our evaluation work. And this isn't just about technology, but it often is. Developing processes where people with disabilities, for example, can come in and participate, the choice of methods that we use. So even just a web-based survey can be problematic, depending on how it's set up and what tools you use. Where you have a focus group, how do you, figure out where to place that, and are you being mindful of access? Making sure the basics are attended to, and I think sometimes we forget about that. In fact, a lot of times we forget. So that's what I was referencing in my talk, and I'll pass it to others if they want to comment.
Ian, do you want to speak a little bit about how questions of
I don't have an easy answer for anybody here. I think that's a huge issue. One of the things that we're trying to do in creating these community-led needs assessments is to have ways for different communities to design their assessments that make sense for the folks that they're working with. And I realize that when you talk about communities like people with disabilities, there's a whole bunch of different identities there and different needs. And so I think we don't have an easy answer. I would say the only answer that I can think of is in really working with community partners so that they are designing data collection efforts that make sense for the folks that they're working with as the default. And it's kind of a universal design approach question. Instead of thinking like, how do we make accommodations for folks? You have to create the process so it's going to work from the beginning. And that whether you're talking about different ability levels or other needs that people have, or if it's language needs, like, I mean, you just have to do it from the beginning. If you do it at the end, it's obvious to the folks that are involved that it's at the end and that you're just creating an accommodation and you translated a survey that doesn't make sense in the language that you're translating it into, as an example, or that you didn't think about accessibility until somebody showed up with a need and couldn't participate. And then it's too late at that point, to be honest. You've already lost the trust and relationship that's necessary in these conversations to start with. So I know that that's not a real technical answer. I'm not really great at doing those technical answers, but I think it's really a design question, and knowing like who is this work for, and making sure that that work is designed with the needs in mind from the beginning and not as an afterthought. And the idea that one person can figure that out, or you could do one size fits all, it creates the issues that we're talking about now. Like, we have to do one survey for it to be statistically relevant. It has to be the same survey, and people have to answer the questions the same way with the same amount of support. Like, that's going to automatically limit who is able to participate in the project.
Great, thanks so much for that. And I think you have absolutely pointed us to some really concrete practices in signaling universal design, right? And so folks can find a lot of really great readings and techniques thinking about universal design up front. The next question that I want to highlight and underline is from Juan Carlos Reynoso that asks, how do we tackle or fight systemic racism without being labeled a troublemaker or losing our collective jobs, especially given that many of us work in public institutions and in state institutions that have such a long record of perpetuating state violence and structural violence. How are folks tackling that or grappling with that?
I'll jump in right quick from a mediational perspective, a conflict management perspective, as opposed to IRB perspective. Other hat coming on. And it's focusing on, I would recommend focusing on interest-based rather than positional-based considerations. And this goes to something that you were speaking about, Linda, talking to leadership at the institution about what the shared interests are. So you have your community on one hand, you have the leadership on the other. Somewhere in between, you have the investigator who's trying to please both sets of stakeholders. And I think that a skilled investigator in that position will draw out and then be able to articulate the shared interests across the stakeholders, the community, the researcher and the institution, and be able to bring that forward and say, this is what we're interested in collectively. Let's figure out working towards this collectively. And a shared an interest on the part of the institution in relation to the question that was just raised was, does the institution want to be seen as furthering this type of violence? Does it serve the institution's interest to be seen in that role? And there, both the community wants to have that stopped, and the institution doesn't want to be a perpetrator or complicit in it. So once you have that shared interest, it's easier to find resolutions. It's easier to find pathways forward. The pathways may not satisfy everybody, and that's okay. Conflict resolution doesn't involve everybody being happy, but it involves moving from where things are now to ideally a better future state.
Thanks so much for that. There's another set of great questions about how to shift our research outcomes, like the outcomes that we're looking at, as well as the questions and that question of like, who are we accountable to? So I'm wondering if folks have examples of cases where they've been successfully able to shift questions to root causes or community resilience or a strength-based approach, and what resistance did you face either from funders or others?
So I'm struggling with this question to understand what the actual question is. I think that's probably why I'm not answering. I'm trying to, the person who asked it, I'm wondering if there's something specific they want us to address.
So I think if I can take some moderational leeway here, I think the question comes from what Liam had opened with, right? That many times we start with what's wrong with communities. What are the scary, terrifying health indicators that need to be solved? And for all the reasons that we just discussed, we know that that's not a starting place that builds trust, but also not a research agenda that pushes to solutions. So are there cases where or projects in which folks have been successfully able to resist what Eve Tuck would call damage-based research, right? Going into a community and documenting the damage rather than being able to identify root causes or sources of strength and resilience. Excuse me.
Yeah, so I can answer this question. Every state health assessment I've ever done, I've done 3. And I always go in with that mindset of there are so many things that we need to talk about that in this space that make sense, that are, indicators. It's in my work in the U.S. Virgin Islands is a good example of this, where you go in and you everybody in the room, has their own assumptions that they bring into the process. But what startled me about working in the USVI on health assessment is everyone started with actual joy about the fact that everyone lives in this space, in this community, and there's so many positives, but we don't know what they are. It's the question you start with. You have to start with the question of what do we have to celebrate as a community? I always find that is a really great way to start any process, but that you're going to look under a rock, and there are many rocks. There are huge boulders that you have to turn over to find both the things that are good and the things that are. And yes, things will crawl out. They do. Every community has those, but starting from a space of setting values and joy in the process, I think, is really important. I've been doing strategic planning for a long time, and communities all have their stories of resilience. And the USVI as a territory, which has been taken over by like 9 different entities over its time, and only recently has overcome tremendous history of trauma and slavery. They have joy in what they do, and they talk about things that they think are really important, and they celebrate. They do not focus on the things that are negative. So it's a cultural thing. So those are some of my thoughts of experience. I don't know if others have other suggestions.
I know that historically, back when I was affiliated with the ASU in Tempe, Arizona, that they had something called the PERC, the Prevention Research Center. And that looked at things both ways. It looked at what the stressors were, but it also looked at inherent resistors to the stressor. So it was strengths focused as well as stressor focused. And it was that from the outset, and it was that very intentionally. So I think that the degree of intentionality and mindfulness approaching the question is going to be really important. And I really like what you were saying, Karen, about coming from a joy-based perspective. The focus on what we're doing right and how we've overcome, especially right now is the second day of Passover, and it's freedom and resistance, right, and survival. So focusing on that orientation.
Thanks so much. So at this point, we'll be able to keep speaking and hearing from Karen, Liam, and Ian. And if folks have last questions, please put them in the chat and we will get to them. And Heather will launch our evaluation poll for this session, so folks can have a chance to reflect on what we've learned, and as well as what questions we would still like to be taking up. And so while folks are answering that poll, I'll invite our panelists to answer this final question. How do you discuss and use the resilience of communities to address the challenges that they face? What are some examples of the ways that's taken place in your work?
I can start. I mean, I think for me, it's an interesting question because I think we're having sort of a wrong conversation. Like, we try to address systemic issues through personal level data, and that's just not the way that you understand systemic issues. Like, it's a symptom, but it's not the root cause. And so we're spending a disproportionate amount of time trying to find out what's wrong with communities when there's nothing wrong with communities. It's the systems that are at fault or at weakness. And so I think when we approach this work going forward, and this gets tricky because when you're talking about health outcomes and sharing these data, like, some of the data that you share cause harm. Like, if you say this community has this things going on, like, yes, that may be true, but like, no, is that going to help the issue? No, because it's generally not the community's, like, the source of responsibility is generally not that group of people. The source of responsibility is generally this like larger idea of like our health system or government or something that is larger than whatever you're examining. And so I think some ways that you do that is flipping the script and saying that when we talk about health disparities, that's not really about, and also like there's the difference between disparity and inequity. So there's gonna be tons of disparities, like differences based on characteristics. Not all of those disparities are inequities, but when you talk about inequities, you have to talk about the systems that are at play first and not the folks who are being affected by it. And so for us, I think what we're doing is trying to do more storytelling about what community members find strong about their communities. I mean, many of our funding opportunities like sort of take the premise that there is plenty to celebrate about communities and the work they're doing, and we want to celebrate that work, and we want to hold systems accountable. And so I think you just separate the two things is the strategy. Long term, how you do that, there's tons of work to do, but I think that's still the answer is when we talk about health inequities, those inequities have nothing to do with the communities that are being described. It has to do with the systems that create the inequities. And I'll pass it over to whoever wants to also answer.
I can share a little bit in that, you know, when I think about the concept of resilience, I think of the importance of stories. I think it was qualitative data and the importance of telling stories. Every community has a unique way of expressing its own knowledge. And through that process, you know, you tell stories about what matters. I think you need to continue to, you know, as advocates in this process, we need to continue to promote that those stories at an individual level have incredible power. And to be able to share that information with a wider audience promotes that resilience that you see. Not all of it is puppies and kittens. It isn't, but it's important to get all of that out. And to share those stories in an authentic way from those spaces, and it supports the work we do. There's a quote in QI that is often used. It was first uttered by Paul Batalden. Every system is designed to get the results that it gets. The stories talk about what happens when you're in that system. And you have to promote those stories so that people know if it's getting better. And some of those stories are beautiful, and some of them have tremendous ugliness to them that emerge into something that's beautiful. People are inspired by stories. I do tons of storytelling as a data visualizer, and you know, qualitative data is where it's at for this kind of work. I think it's incredibly important, and it's a tool that we don't leverage very much, but we need to. That's where resilience comes out of a statistic. In the US Virgin Islands, they have the 4th highest homicide rate in the world. It is an ugly statistic, but when you talk to people on the ground of what they're doing about it, that's when you see the beauty in the process, and you can start to feel hopeful about change and making meaningful change. So I just want to help empower everyone here to remember there is so much power in the stories of people on the ground, and we need to elevate that.
Thanks so much. And I think we're just closing now, but I do want to get to this question about a sort of renewed or newly intense focus, institutional focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's really put a lot of light, but also a lot of intense pressure on underserved communities to collaborate, often in, as Dr. Johnson says, very shallow or paternalistic ways that are sort of have been newly discovered by institutional leaders. So I'm wondering how folks can have dealt with that sort of inundation of requests and interests in health equity that is maybe still working to catch up with some of our best practices around community leadership.
I'm happy to try and take the first attempt at answering that as the person whose job it is to answer it. So I would say that I hear you, and certainly have observed like us doing what you're describing. Like we reach out to a ton of different people and we're like, we want to be involved. But we're a 3,000 person agency and we reach out to organizations where it's like the same person who's going to get asked multiple times. And the most important thing that I think we're doing to address that is starting from an investment perspective. So we've invested over $20 million in community-based organizations over the past couple of years. And so we're not asking people to just keep coming as if that time isn't free, but we're starting from the standpoint of realizing that we have to invest in this infrastructure first before we can even come to the table. The second thing that I think we have to do, particularly as a large institution, is to do this from a leadership perspective. Like we can't have our program managers reaching out to executive directors of organizations without having our equivalent of an executive director, which is the commissioner, at like some level of engagement here. And so we are, we have formed a pilot advisory council to sort of compensate folks and to have a regular table where we can come together around this and not do it as much of a one-off, like, oh, we have a particular grant where we need to do something about diversity. I would say that that's still a challenge though. And that's like the federal government's approach right now, is that they're throwing the word equity on like every single grant that comes out now and requiring those program managers to reach out to people. So we're still trying to figure out a strategy here, but I think it still starts with doing it at the appropriate level, which is if we intend to collaborate with you as a department, we do it as a department, not as a program. And if we're going to work with folks, particularly folks that are from under-resourced communities, you have to do the resourcing first. It's not like talk and then resource and then work. It's resource and then talk and then work. So that's kind of the approach that we're taking, but I know that there's a lot to do in figuring out how to do that in a way that really builds a table that is equal playing field, or not equal playing field. That's not possible, but even attempting to build an equitable table is not something that has been done yet. Like our tables are not equitable. So we're very conscious of that and trying to build new spaces where people can come to the table and feel like it was at least tried to be designed for them.
Thank you so much, Ian, and I appreciate you taking that hard question, acknowledging that so many of us, particularly in the university system, are really learning from your office on how to do that well. So at this point, we'll have a chance to break into smaller groups and get some discussion face-to-face going. And I see Becca coming on here to help us thank the speakers and send us off into the breakout groups. So thank you so much. And thanks for everybody rolling with Zoom worlds.
Yeah, thank you so much to Kate and to Linda for serving as our morning moderators, and you'll see them again this afternoon. And then a special shout out and appreciation for Ian, Liam, and Karen for your thoughtful presentations and discussion. This was really amazing. A really very thoughtful opportunity to reflect on some of these very complicated and complex issues. So thank you. We are going to now, just to give you kind of a lay of the land where we're going next, we're going to break you up into groups, randomly assigned groups, and we're going to ask you for the next, a little bit under an hour or so to look at this case study, which is from the World Health Organization's casebook on ethical issues in international health research. And the one that we're going to ask you to focus on is about documenting the health conditions of an Indigenous community. You should have also received this in your pre-meeting materials, so hopefully folks had a chance to glance at it, but we also recognize you're all very busy people, and so you may not have had a time to do that. So please feel free to take some time at the beginning of this breakout to read through the case study. There are discussion questions included in there. And as I said at the beginning, we unfortunately don't have enough folks to serve as a facilitator for each breakout, but we will be rotating around to each of the groups just to check in and see how you're doing if you have any questions. And I do just want to reiterate that all of the materials, including the PowerPoints and the reflections, the case studies, everything will be shared with the recording in probably the next week or so. So please keep an eye out for that. After the breakout, you'll have a chance for lunch and a movement break. And then we look forward to seeing you back here at 12:45 for our part 2 presentation with presentations from the RAND Corporation and from Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. And so with that, I think Heather's going to put.
All right, so there goes the recording. So we're
ready
live, but we're
okay.
live.
Everyone, we hope you had a bit of food, a bit of just sitting around, not thinking about anything, and a bit of thinking about how you're going to use everything you learned this morning. And so we're on our way again to do a lot more learning and a lot more thinking. And this part 2 is equity and ethics in the data life cycle. And we're going to have just some wonderful information that's going to be shared with us. And so the first will be leaders from RAND. We have 2 people from RAND, Lori Martin and Anita Chandra. And let me just read a little bit about these major league terrific people. So Lori Martin is a social epidemiologist and senior policy researcher with over 20 years of experience in the fields of public health and health policy. Her primary research interests focus on improving health and well-being and helping communities, stakeholders, and policymakers collect and use data to make evidence-informed decisions. She's particularly interested in how health and financial literacy skills, language and culture influence the effectiveness of health and social service policy and programming. Throughout her career, she's led numerous large-scale grants and contracts related to these issues and has extensive experience with both quantitative and qualitative methods. And she received her doctorate from Harvard School of Public Health, and she is based in Detroit, Michigan. And Anita Chandra is vice president and director of RAND, Social and Economic Wellbeing, and a senior policy researcher at the RAND Corporation. She leads studies on civic well-being and community planning, disaster response and resilience, public health emergency preparedness, health and health equity, child health and development and effects of military deployment on families. There will be a test to see if you remember everything. Throughout her career, Chandra has engaged government and non-governmental partners to consider cross-sector solutions for improving community well-being and to build more robust systems, implementation, and evaluation capacity. Chandra has also partnered with community organizations to conduct broad-scale health and human service systems and to determine how to integrate equity and address the issues of historically marginalized populations and human service systems. These projects have occurred in partnership with businesses, foundations, and other community organizations. She earned her DPH in population and family health sciences from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. So you can see in some ways, everyone, why this is our second part, because it's really building on some of the things we heard in the first segment. And so we are just delighted to have this opportunity. So thank you.
So thanks, Anita. Take it from here.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Lori and I are.
We can't. Oh, never mind.
Can you hear me?
We're good. You're good.
Oh, good. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
fantastic. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. Lori and I are really thrilled to be with you and to share a little bit of the work that we've been doing on modernizing and ensuring that equity is centered in public health data systems going forward. I'm going to share my screen with some slides and we will kind of step through a presentation. I'm going to kickstart us, and then Lori's going to pick the back half up, and then we're really looking to our colleagues who are also going to be presenting on relevant issues in this space, and then I hope it leads to a robust discussion. Happy to have questions in the chat, and certainly hopefully we'll leave some time for that kind of discussion. So as I sort of said at the outset, we wanted to talk with you today about some work that we've been really honored to do with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation over the last few years on what it means to have an equity-centered public health data system. And we're going to share a little bit of what came out of that work, particularly around a national commission that was stood up in late 2020 and 2021, and some of the recommendations and findings that emerged from that conversation that we're currently trying to implement and ensure is being integrated into public health data systems and community systems, more than that, in every community here in the US. Back in 2020, when COVID was certainly at its height in terms of the pandemic impact, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation really took the next step in the conversation, which was to convene a national commission called the National Commission to Transform Public Health Data Systems. Now, the idea of thinking about the next level of modernizing public health data systems had been in process well before COVID, because there were concerns that we weren't addressing things like structural inequity as solidly as we could. There were concerns about the real-time granularity of the information that we were using to drive local public health and other health decisions. But COVID really put a spotlight, as many of you know, on the opportunities and the gaps in our data systems, our ability to not only surveil what was going on with COVID, but it's also its differential impact on communities, the difference between communities in terms of the standards around data gathering, data analysis, data disaggregation, as well as the difference in terms of the kinds of supports, technical supports, structural supports that many health departments are faced with, particularly some of our health departments in small and rural communities. So this really accelerated the conversation and was a moment to say, we want to make sure that we take the emergency and the disaster that is COVID and the pandemic and really try and transform that into something useful for the future of public health. And what happened before the commission got stood up, which I'll talk about in a minute, and officially started meeting in 2021, was that RAND was asked to develop a kind of a set of white papers to ground the commission conversation, to outline kind of the elements of what was needed in the public health data system going forward. What was it going to mean to be equity centered? How would we define that? What did that look like? And that would become the foundational elements, along with some other pieces, that informed the commission deliberations and activities. So today, Lori and I will share principally findings from the commission, but they really dovetail with those white papers. So we're going to organize it by how we organized the white papers. And you kind of see a little bit of a snapshot here on the right-hand side of the slide. We kind of did a why, what, how, and who and what next way of organizing it. But we really started with why, because of the equity-centered orientation that meant a cultural and transformational shift in public health data going forward. So let me talk first just about the National Commission, and then I'll step back and start, and then Lori will continue on some of the things that we identified as critical needs before the commission met, and then were further amplified and supported by the commission deliberations. So as I mentioned, there were kind of three things that were motivating the commission, and it was at the height of the COVID conversation, but there were longstanding challenges that we were tasked with trying to understand. One was these inconsistencies in public health data, what was collected, for whom and by whom, everything from the granularity of the data, the aggregation of the data, but also like how things were structured, how they were communicated, was there a sort of a common approach to translation of data? There was also deep concerns about the embedded inequities in data representation. This isn't simply, making sure that we could analyze things by race or income or class, although that's absolutely important, but also the context with which we are capturing all the things that are meaningful drivers of health and well-being and health inequity. Did we have sort of disproportionate representation of certain things over others? And that really then speaks to the last bullet. There was a concern that we were overly valuing, although important, data on morbidity, but not enough data on health. And for many of you who might study things like diseases of despair, what we are talking about in terms of positive health and well-being, that was kind of a piece of this motivation and really quite important. And then we wanted to move to equity, which I'll get to in a minute. So that meant that we had to understand why we weren't collecting data enough on systemic and structural factors that drive inequity, not simply capturing gaps between two groups or disparities, which tends to be more downstream or lagging indicators. Now, the commission was terrific, and there's more information online, which we'll point you to, and I think we're going to be sharing the slides after today's conversation. The commission was led by Gail Christopher, who many of you know leads the National Collaborative for Health Equity. Gail has been a stalwart and a leader in issues of racial justice, and particularly a process called Truth and Reconciliation, and with a focus on health equity and health justice. And they were charged with providing concrete and actionable solutions. They built on the foundational work of the white papers that I mentioned, as well as various grants that were given to organizations around the country that were doing really interesting, transformative things. And they were given something called quick strike grants so that we could understand those innovations and perhaps measure and represent those innovations in the final commission report. So that we had basically a call to set a vision and a set of principles that was equity centered and modern, and then a really clear set of steps related to kind of what we were measuring, how we were measuring, and how we were talking about what we were measuring going forward. The commissioners also intentionally didn't just include traditional health leaders, although those from healthcare systems, public health were represented. But we wanted to make sure that many of the leaders who are represented in the broader social determinants or social drivers of health were also represented. So for example, we had somebody from journalism represented in the commission. We had people who are working on particular issues at the intersection of economic inequity and health. And that was critically important if we're going to have a more holistic, modern, equity-centered public health data system. Now, before we go further, it's probably good to kind of share how we were defining things in the context of this effort. So the first thing that we wanted to make sure that we were capturing was a definition of what would be considered what we might call modern public health data. So we said that modern public health data was any data that can be used to understand, assess, and monitor the health and well-being of a community, population, or nation, with the purpose of prospectively thinking about health assets and needs, and could be used to look at intergenerational trajectories of health over time. So we added some things to the traditional definition of public health data that many of you are familiar with, notably the assets framing and the intergenerationality and the over time framing, because we wanted to set the conditions for where this was going to go in terms of the construction and design and the gap filling that was needed to transform public health data systems. So of course, that's going to include data from public health departments and healthcare. But it also includes data from private companies, which are increasingly more relevant, not just in biomedical sciences, but in broader health drivers. And of course, all the other agencies in government, in community, in civil society that are bringing to bear relevant information, economic data, infrastructure data, social services data, climate data, that kind of thing. So we wanted to represent this holistically. And the idea is these pieces taken together would generate what the vision was for a modern system. Now, we also wanted to make sure that we define public health system and modern, because I've been using that language a lot. So on the left was our broader definition of what a public health system should be. And that builds off of definitions from CDC and the World Health Organization, but then adds a few dimensions. So it is that system of actors and sectors with data, but also agency to make decisions to advance the health and well-being of a community, population, or nation. We wanted to have these principles that spoke to equitable distribution, health and not just sickness, and agency, which will be a theme that pops up in the rest of our presentation. The other way that we wanted to think about what a modern data system would be is that it would be agile. So it could take in not just real-time information, but it could connect the dots in ways that we need to make decisions. It might not be precise all the time, and we grappled with the issue of precision, but also getting things done, particularly when there's a pandemic, but even when there's not a disaster. The ability to connect data, and we had this kind of framework in the commission papers that are available for anybody to look at, where we said that data is not information, information is not insight. So there has to be a process by which there is sense making, there is translation, there's contextualizing and history and structure, particularly when you're talking about equity. And a modern data system is fully equipped to really handle some of the challenges that we're seeing in the 21st century and beyond. So as we're dealing with more environmental risks, widening inequality and inequity, emergent diseases like pandemics, a modern public health data system had to prioritize some of those challenges going forward. So as I mentioned, we kind of took this frame of why, what, how, and who next to help us, organize in a way that was understandable, unpack the issues in a way that was understandable. And so that's how our white papers were developed. Now, what we did to develop those white papers was to talk to many different subject matter experts around the country. And that included not just people in traditional health, healthcare, public health, but also people outside of those systems, particularly those who had been pursuing data modernization, but perhaps in other sectors or systems. We also wanted to learn from other kind of modernization efforts, because many of you who've been in the field for a long time know that we've stopped and started with modernization efforts in various shapes and forms, whether it's under the umbrella of public health 1.0, 2.0, or 3.0, or other modernization efforts. And something always doesn't move fast enough, or is it transformative enough, or we make some changes, but it's not sustainable. So we really took stock of those efforts. The other thing that we did is that we looked at policies and legislation that was in play, both at the state and regional level, but also at the federal level, to make sure that our ideas and recommendations were representative of that. And of course, today we're just going to give you a snapshot, but there's more detail both in the white papers and in the commission report. So one of the things that we said when we said why do we even want to modernize? What is really moving us to this conversation today? Why are we dissatisfied? Well, we said, look, the problem is that we actually don't have a North Star. We don't have a single national health goal, and not just a national health goal, but one that centers equity. Now, we do have, important frameworks like Healthy People 2030 that lays out a myriad set of indicators and dashboards and metrics. We have other things like vital conditions and measures that are coming out of CDC, but that's very hard to convey to the American public what we're actually going for. And if you ask, 10 different people about what's the national health goal in the US, some people might say it's to reduce morbidity. Some people will say it's to expand life expectancy. Some people will say, given where our priorities are, to reduce healthcare costs. None of that is a very aspirational health goal that is well understood and singular that centers health equity. And the other thing that we said is, if we're really going to be about equity, is that really reflected in the current public health data system in terms of the types of data, the organization of the data, the mission and priorities? It doesn't mean to underestimate the great work that's happened, particularly the last, 3, 4, 5 years on amplifying equity. But it's one thing to be sort of equity minded. It's another thing to be truly equity centered. And so we raised those questions in the work, and those were the conversations we had with many stakeholders around the country. Now, we really unpacked equity in the context of current data dashboards. And we did a review of many of the wonderful equity indicators projects that are happening in the US, some of which ultimately were not really equity centered, but more disparities based. And some of that's about data availability. And we also said, you can't just sort of say equity without really unpacking equity. So we wanted to look at the dimensions of equity and the extent to which that is embedded both in data collection and analysis, but also that translation and sense making. And so for many of you who are familiar with kind of the dimensions of equity, we organized around the procedural equity, contextual equity, and distributive equity. And we said, look, what is happening in our data systems that's not yet getting to these three forms of equity? One is that there's a lack of procedural equity in terms of not only the processes by which we collect data and analyze data, but then the processes by which we're making decisions. Again, there are bright spots around the country where people are doing very community-centered processes to make decisions about which data are collected and how they're used, but that is not the mainstay. That is certainly not common yet. And so that damages a sense of trust in how we think about procedural equity. Even with the best kind of data dashboards that are out there, there's very little that really acknowledges contextual equity. Here I'm talking about the structural, systemic, and historical factors that drive equity. And it's no surprise because we tend to honor downstream consequences of inequity, which shows up in things like disparities, infant mortality rates, maternal mortality rates. But if you don't have data that also honors the social conditions that influence equity, then it's really hard then to contextualize the data and make sense of it when you go to make policies or resource allocations or decisions. And then there's this other piece called distributive equity, which is, equity, of course, different than equality, means that we're trying to improve the access to the opportunity to be healthy, which means that we have to look at historical context when we're talking about allocations and distributions. The data as currently structured in most health systems around the country do not lend itself to understanding how the distribution of health incidents, disease incidents, would then lend itself to differential allocations. And so some of this is about the data that we collect, and some of this is about the choices about how we array the data to be able to then attend to all of the aspects of equity that matter. And right now, unfortunately, the focus on equity tends to be sort of single dimensional. So we tried to lift that up in this work. We also had a very strong message at the front of this commission work, which shouldn't be surprising to many of you, is to go back to that agency point that was in the definition of a public health data system, so that it wasn't simply about representation, but about power and influence in how data turns into information, how information turns into insight. So that common tenet of nothing about us without us became a sort of a through line. And then the question was then, okay, how do we operationalize that? Let me just talk briefly about the data that we currently collect, which sort of builds on this, and then I'll turn it over to Lori for the rest of the conversation. So we got our why down. We said, look, we've got to be equity centered, we've got to be modern, which was all those principles that I outlined on the prior slides. And so then we said, okay, well, let's start to look at actually what are we collecting, what don't we collect? And we said, to what extent are the data that we're collecting driving public health action? And as I get to a later slide, I'm a big proponent of getting rid of things in order to have things that actually give us signal. And so how are we doing that going forward? What lens are we applying to public health data that actually this data point is going to help me make a decision versus, something that I collected for 20 years because a grant told me to. So we talked about that in the report. Obviously, I think most of the folks on the call here are no stranger to fragmentation in government, but fragmentation in public health specifically. So we have recommendations about aligning and thinking about reporting requirements and standards. And then also making sure that public health really is a player going forward in data that we need, but we're often not asked to be in the conversation or not part of the larger consideration around community data. And that can include both other agencies in a community, but also private sector data. And that's an important piece of the commission work. Now, the other thing that we said in terms of timely proactive data is that we need to get ahead. We have to have some leading indicators and not just lagging indicators. As we think about things like the mental health crisis in this country, I mentioned diseases of despair, worry that our life expectancy is going in the wrong direction, all the things that many of you are dealing with and on the front lines about. We need to rebalance what we're actually measuring. Are we measuring positive health and well-being? More and more people are talking about well-being, subjective and objective measures of well-being, community well-being, individual well-being. How is that more consistent in our data? I mentioned at the outset, the structural context of health matters, but how often are we measuring the policies that led to the differential health inequities? How can we track that so that we can make different policy decisions? And then there was a strong conversation about resilience, and not just in the context of disaster resilience, but the broader understanding of things like cumulative trauma, collective stress, climate and environmental stress, and making sure that that was much more centered in public health data going forward. As I noted, I and the commission and Lori and I and the team at RAND, big proponents of not being additive with all of these recommendations. Get rid of data and measures that are not going to give us the signal going forward. Prioritize things that matter so that we're not swimming in big data dashboards. Some people in a public health department or a community need some of that information. Not everyone needs all of that information. And so it becomes harder, A, to act when you don't have signal, as many of you know, and B, it's harder to get the American public on board with the health narrative. And we do a lot of work at RAND with Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and with other organizations around the American health narrative. And a data system that does not align with that is a data system that's not as useful as it could be. And then the contextualization, the ground truthing of these measures. Let's not wait necessarily for all the measurement validity before we start to play with some new data, but let's make sure that we have a mechanism to appropriately contextualize and understand, is this really data? So let's be less precious with our data, which Lori will talk about a little bit. Let's be more honest about what each data point is giving us, and let's get rid of things that are not serving us going forward. We also talked about just the sheer volume of health-related data and how do we make sure the public health departments are not out of the loop on this, including unstructured data. Some of you have data in PDFs, and how do we start thinking about that? And then, of course, greater barrier reductions, legal and others, which we deal with in the commission work, that are preventing us from timely solutions. One of the things that came up, obviously, during COVID is how to balance the trade-offs of timeliness and precision, and helping public health that's gotten a little academic and that's worried about the academic precision of data, getting out of that mindset and getting into much more timely responsive data going forward. And then finally, as I mentioned already, the technological solutions that are going to help us with precision and granularity, and then thinking about how do we prepare the American public with that precision granularity contrast. Sometimes and we saw this during the pandemic, we wanted to make sure we were right, but also preparing the American public to understand the evolution of scientific evidence. And how do we do that? So some of this is about the mechanics of data, what we collect, how we collect it, but some of this is about the story and the narrative around the data, and how do we kind of bring the public into a new conversation, not just about public health, but about public health data going forward. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Lori for the remaining pieces. And Lori, just let me know when you want me to say next slide.
Sure, perfect. Can everyone hear me okay? Anita, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi everyone, just want to also echo my appreciation for the opportunity to be here with you. And I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk about how we might go about designing a public health system that centers equity. There are certainly benefits of working around the edges and securing some of these, quick wins as we think about them. But really, to achieve what we're talking about, and a lot of the sort of core, guiding principles that Anita raised, is really going to require some transformative change and some fundamental shifts in how we think and how we work. And I believe that Ralph and Rebecca will be expanding on many of these issues in the next presentation. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, but do want to spend some time touching on some of the more sort of key tensions and trade-offs that can provide some useful context as we think more about the complexities of these issues. So Anita, if you want to go to the next slide. So governance really refers to the structures and processes by which people and societies make decisions and share power, which create conditions for rules and collective action. And this sounds straightforward, but can be very difficult when you have a system that is as large and variable as the public health data system, with such a diversity of actors and levels and interests that are not often aligned. And an important consideration to be thinking about is what type of governance structure will work best to guide the public health data system through the lens of equity. So thinking about data access, thinking about inclusiveness, thinking about benefit, for whom and for what purpose. So, for example, should the governance structure be binding or non-binding? So the difference there really being, should there be repercussions of not following certain standards or regulations that we lay out? Should it be centralized where, there's greater control, but that model can be a lot less efficient versus a decentralized system, which really facilitates more local response, but results in more of a lack of standardization as we see currently. And related to governance is sort of the issue of data stewardship, which is really an institutional commitment to methods that address the acquisition, the storage, the aggregation, and the use of data while protecting against privacy and security breaches and misuse. And one of the biggest challenges that we face today, and we'll talk a little bit more about this in a couple slides, is that governance and data stewardship have not really kept pace with some of our rapidly emerging technologies and the pace of innovation with respect to the types of data being collected and how those data are being analyzed and used. That field is advancing a lot more rapidly than some of our governance, data stewardship, and privacy regulations that are currently in place. So on the next slide, Anita, so in general, reuse of existing data for the purposes of public good is considered advantageous. It saves us resources, it minimizes burden on individuals, and can result in a larger, more complete set of data for strategic planning, for surveillance, and for research. But it's really important, again, as we found through this work, that we need to ensure that equity remains a guiding principle for these data sharing activities. And I want to touch briefly on two areas that I think we could really be doing better. And the first is that basic demographic characteristics like race and ethnicity are often not collected, which can mask disparities and really delay the development and implementation of data-driven solutions. And the second really pertains to data access. And this was kind of a core theme that came up also within the equity space, that some types of data, as many of you know, are accessible only through restricted use files that require either, a detailed application process, purchase of data license, travel to a research data center. These are all very difficult for smaller, less resourced organizations, which can really further perpetuate inequities in data access. And another facet of this is the need to really think about how we increase participation in data sharing efforts. But this is tricky because we need to do so while we're also acknowledging a number of real world challenges related to some of our existing privacy laws, variability in infrastructure that we all have that impacts, our ability to actually share data with one another. Do we have systems that talk together? And we also are facing examples of data misuse that have harmed specific individuals or populations and have rightfully undermined trust and willingness to share data. So there's no doubt that these are tough challenges that we need to be thinking through, but it is very much worth reflecting on how we might overcome them. And in particular, to think about whether our current rules and regulations related to data privacy have actually had a negative impact on the way that we talk about these issues and the narrative around the benefits of data sharing for public good, and to consider how we might balance some of these competing concerns. Anita, on the next slide, thank you. With respect to access and interoperability, there is a lot of technical detail and a lot of really great activity going on here. I'm sure some of you are, participating in. And so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but I do want to raise just a few key points here for consideration. And one of those is how to structure a public health data system that allows for local flexibility, while also ensuring that the data collected at a local level can be easily aggregated with and compared to data that are collected elsewhere. And one potential option to think about is that of sort of a modular approach. And I just want to offer a little example using Lego as kind of a way to think about this. So if we each have a set of Lego bricks, you can think of, each brick as an individual measure or, sort of a bag that is kind of your minimum data set. Everything in that bag is identical, but how we put them together and whether, some of us go off and supplement our builds with additional Lego pieces, that we go out and buy, it's going to result in very different structures that we build and potentially with different purposes. I may build a car, you may build a plane or a building, but all of our structures are created in a way that we could swap out Lego bricks, my green brick for yours, and our structures would remain unchanged. So that's just one way to sort of think about it at a very fundamental level about this notion of modular approaches. And the challenge to kind of carry this analogy forward is that right now we're using so many different building materials that sort of interoperability is very difficult. The other challenge here is that this lack of standardized measures is posing a challenge for a lot of constructs relevant to equity, not just how we're collecting, race and ethnicity, but also, as Anita mentioned, social determinants of health, some of these upstream drivers. By collecting and capturing this information in so many different ways, it really makes data aggregation and sense making a lot more challenging. And the last point I want to make here is that there is a lot of activity going on in an effort to improve interoperability. There's, incentives at the federal level, policies, there's, as we mentioned earlier, excellent collaboratives that are really doing some very innovative work. And these are real promising advances, and I think there's a lot to learn from them. But I think one of the things that was sort of raised in our conversations and in the deliberations with the commission is that we can't lose sight of who and who is not engaging in these activities, who's being invited to the table as we're coming up with some of these, collaboratives and innovative efforts. And, are these activities, do they have the potential actually to further inequity if we're not really paying attention to, whose voice is helping to shape some of these efforts. So on the next slide, I just want to hit a little bit on kind of the last piece under this sort of how heading that really focuses on privacy and security. And the privacy protections, particularly of personally identifiable information, are really important for ensuring that individuals are not harmed, by the inadvertent release of information. That is a critically important thing that we need to keep, kind of in our minds and take very seriously. But at the same time, overly restrictive privacy protections can be problematic for public health and for other beneficial reuse cases. And another concern is that how data are collected, stored, accessed, and analyzed, again, have also evolved in recent years. And as I mentioned earlier, privacy laws have really not kept pace with some of these rapid advancements we've seen in health IT and data management. And I think even more challenging, they vary considerably by state. So I just want to kind of highlight one example of this and one emerging issue that kind of relates to this discussion is that of shadow health records. And, for those of you who may not be as familiar with shadow health records, this is really describing collections of health data that have actually been de-identified. So they're no longer protected by HIPAA. And, good thing, they're able to be shared. But the challenge is that they actually provide enough information that through advances in big data analytics and some other methodologic advances, that we can actually combine them with other sort of unprotected data, think everything else you put on the internet, to provide a fairly comprehensive picture of individual health. So on one hand, the concern is that these shadow health records can be used for commercial gain or, even worse, malintent. On the other hand, they actually do provide a very promising opportunity for research and innovation and public health practice that may not be possible under other sort of current privacy laws. Now, there are some efforts in Europe and in California and perhaps other states that really are thinking about sort of catching up sort of the privacy and security laws to give individuals more control of the use of their data to kind of help address some of these challenges with shadow health records. But the challenge is that how they get operationalized could, again, have unintended consequences for equity. So one of the things that is built into some of these or being considered in some of these laws is the requirement of written consent from individuals in order to kind of reuse their data in this context. And as many of you, I'm sure know, collecting written consent from individuals requires a lot of time, a lot of resources, a lot of energy that nonprofit, governmental sectors, other smaller agencies that could benefit from these data do not have. But instead, some of the bigger sort of for-profit companies might, consider that a worthy research investment. And so again, it's important as we're thinking about how we advance some of these privacy and security laws to be mindful and be thinking about sort of the downstream consequences of who can and cannot have access to those data and for what purpose. So I want to sort of just wrap up by talking a little bit about the roles that each of us can play as we think about moving towards an equity-centered public health system. And Anita, on the next slide. The conversations we're having, really over the course of this whole day are pointing to a lot of unique opportunities to create change in the narrative, in our equity orientation, in the types of data that we're collecting, and in the ways that we are really thinking about sort of governance, partnerships, and coordination. And I want to walk through just 3 examples really quickly, just to kind of show how such actions might be operationalized. So, for example, from the state government perspective, there are opportunities to consider how data are equity contextualized at the state versus local or even national levels, to assess existing state policies related to data collection, sharing, and privacy, again, through an equity lens, to develop processes that allow local stakeholders to easily access relevant data at a useful level of disaggregation. So we heard a lot of this in COVID. Data were being sent up to the state level were not necessarily being sent back down to the local level, and to think about opportunities to partner with local health departments and other departments that provide health data to consider new models of working together. At a local government level, there are opportunities, if you want to advance the slide, there are opportunities to connect public health data to local communities, communications, above and beyond that which is coming from the local health department. So to make sure that we're talking about health and well-being and equity, not just from the context of the local health department, but from all of the work that is happening kind of locally. And to ensure that local voices are represented, not only in the data itself, but in positions of authority, decision-making, sense-making, again, thinking about power, thinking about who's at the table. There are also opportunities for local government to share relevant data freely across agencies within the government to inform emerging needs and potential solutions, and to explore, again, data sharing collaborations across government and civil society. And then the last group that we sort of wanted to highlight is that of the role that professional associations can play, in large part because they are very often respected, they're trusted organizations, they have a very deep and wide bench of expertise among their members. So there is a real opportunity here for professional associations to play a key role on a lot of these issues. By, for example, educating members about the importance of public health data and data for the public good, drawing on their expertise, again, to help develop some national standards for ensuring equity is reflected in public health data collection, in sense-making, and in decision-making efforts, to develop strategies that might improve data completeness and quality, and again, to actively work with professional associations from other sectors to influence health and align efforts. So this work, clearly doesn't have to happen only at sort of a governmental level, but there's a lot of opportunity for many different sectors, including professional associations, to really play an important role in this work. So before I stop, we just wanted to share a few additional resources that may be of interest. And as Anita mentioned, we'll be sort of sharing our slides, so you'll have the links to these. The first is the commission report that you can find on the RWJF website. Again, it gives a lot more detail and background about the commission and the specific recommendations that they made. There's links to our white papers. And then the other one that we wanted to kind of highlight for you is a special issue of Big Data that came out in September of 2022. And this was an opportunity for us to kind of highlight the potential role of the tech and data sector specifically. So a lot of the articles in this special issue highlight many of the tensions and trade-offs that we've talked about today, but through the lens of tech and data, and really serves as a call to action for that sector specifically. So I'm going to pause now and hand the mic over to our next set of speakers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was so instructive. So there's so much for all of us to leave today with, to think about how to make a difference and to continue all the learning that we're doing. We have the two next speakers that are going to bring some additional information to us. And the first is Ralph Klimek. He's a citizen of the Kings Clear First Nation and serves as the research and data manager for Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness in the Center for Wabanaki Research, Knowledge, and Innovation. Ralph's professional experience includes public health, research, evaluation, and laboratory medicine. He served as the infectious disease division manager for Wabanaki Public Health during the COVID-19 pandemic, hard work, and oversaw the implementation of support programs and vaccine efforts in Wabanaki territory. He also led the evaluation for the Maine Wabanaki State Truth and Reconciliation Commission, looking at events related to the Indian Child Welfare Act of 1978. He has a background in cancer laboratory medicine and supervised one of the largest cancer laboratories in Maine. He has a passion for bringing Indigenous values to research and data structures, as well as continuing the efforts to decolonize these systems. He holds a master's degree in public health from University of Southern Maine. And we'll also be hearing from Rebecca Petrie, co-CEO of the Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. She has extensive experience working in tribal health, health equity, public health nutrition, program evaluation, and systems development. As co-CEO of the Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, Rebecca oversees the organization's operations and research efforts. Her experience and leadership have been focused on project management and development, performance monitoring, research and data analysis. This valuable work ensures that the alignment of resources with a variety of programs serving the needs of the communities. Prior to joining Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, Rebecca worked in state government for 10 years, serving the Office of Health Equity, the WIC program, Public Health Informatics, and Infectious Disease Epidemiology. During this time, Rebecca evaluated statewide health equity efforts. She developed and implemented a variety of tools to improve data collection, analysis, and reporting. Rebecca received her PhD in public health, community health from Walden University, and she currently serves as the treasurer of the board for Maine's Women's Lobby and Maine Women's Lobby Education Fund. How do these people get any sleep? So we are delighted to have a chance to learn from you.
Well, thank you, Linda. And yeah, sorry that one seemed long. So thank you for going through that for us. And I'm gonna make sure I share my screen the right way because I always feel like I mess this up. And I'm hoping, let's go back here. I'm hoping now you can all see the slides without, yeah, okay, perfect. Going too far ahead though. So yeah, thank you all and thank you for inviting us to speak. to you all about data sovereignty within the equity and ethics in the data lifecycle. So as Linda so eloquently expressed, I don't want to go too far into my background after that. So thank you. And yeah, my name is Ralph Kamek, and I am a Wolastoqiyik tribal citizen. I serve as the research manager for Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. And really excited to have the opportunity to present to you all today. And I'll hand it over to Rebecca.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Ralph. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for our conversation. I'm just going to give a brief overview of our organization before we start to really talk and have a conversation with you all around data sovereignty. So Ralph and I are both delighted to be working with Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. We are a tribal public health organization that serves the 5 tribal communities here in Maine. We have 4 departments: Wabanaki Public Health, which serves public health needs across those communities; Wabanaki Health and Wellness, which is mental health case management, HIV support, needle exchange, peer support; Wabanaki Healing and Recovery. This is our substance use treatment organization. We have our healing lodge in Millinocket, and we're doing some amazing work around really connecting people to culture, connecting people to healing, and really being able to do that in a good way. And then finally, our Center for Wabanaki Knowledge, Research, and Innovation. This is where we're able to do our health needs assessments, being able to really dig into doing research with Indigenous people, for Indigenous people, by Indigenous people. So we're really looking forward to being able to talk to you a little bit about data sovereignty. So Ralph, next slide. Thanks.
Perfect. So yeah, as Rebecca mentioned, so I am the research manager within the Center for Wabanaki Research, Knowledge, and Innovation. And really the focus and mission of our center is to improve the health and wellness in our communities. But by doing so, we want to take those approaches that those westernized approaches, and apply a traditional knowledge and a very two-eyed seeing approach, so that we can adapt research, evaluation, and a lot of our efforts to implement cultural knowledge to help to encourage and foster basically what research is, but also to create a new paradigm within research so that community voices can be heard and those stories can be heard from the communities themselves. And so one of the things that we're going to talk about a lot about here today is how data plays a piece of that, and how research, ultimately creates the data, which leads to information. And I'm going to go. So this is a nice basket and one of our quotes from one of our tribal elders. So weaving traditional knowledge with Western science to tell our story. And that really, really gets to the heart of what our mission is and what we do here within the Center for Research, Knowledge, and Innovation. And I'll go to the next slide to start talking a little bit about data sovereignty and who tells the story and what it is. So at its core, what data sovereignty means is really the right to maintain, control, protect, develop data and data systems that then lead to information. So it's no surprise, I think, to anyone on the call that data is a huge part of our world now. It's always kind of been a huge part of our world. Native peoples within the Wabanaki territory, we were the original researchers. We were the original evaluators. We went outside on the land that we steward, and we learned, and we observed, and we watched, and we took inferences from that and created information from that. So this is not a topic that's new to Wabanaki people or Indigenous people throughout the world. And one of the things that data sovereignty really is about Wabanaki people being able to tell their story, so that information always has context. So data can be presented in certain ways, but behind that data is always a community, a person, a story. There's so much more to it than that, than just what we see, and how that informs decisions, and how applying traditional knowledge can be just extremely meaningful to actually creating headway with health and well-being within our communities.
Absolutely. So thanks, Ralph. So I think really, as we're moving forward with this conversation, it's being very mindful and I really appreciated the presentation before, talking about data modernization and all of this amazing work that's going on now with data and data systems. And then at the end of the day, it's looking at the data and being able to determine, what does that data mean? Because that's somebody's story. That is somebody's information, and we hold that information sacred. So we're going to tell 3 stories. And then we're going to be going through what that means in terms of data research and those pieces. So the next one, Ralph.
All right. So our first story that I wanted to highlight within our time together is about a small community at the very tip of Alaska, and it's called the Barrow Alcohol Study. And so this, in 1980, there was a study conducted by social researchers within a small village, again, at the very tip of Alaska, which looked at alcoholism inside of an Alaskan Native village up there. And what happened was, once the information was collected, once that data was gathered and it was done, they immediately took that and released that information out in a series of press releases, which also went at the same time back to the Barrows community. So the Barrows community had no consent into what their knowledge of what was being presented. They had no understanding to apply any contextual elements. And largely what this study showed was that all of the community were alcoholics. And there's obviously a huge present issue with releasing information. There was even a New York Times article released at the exact same time as this study is being unveiled to the community that showed that all of their people were alcoholics.
I actually think the title of that, Ralph, was Alcohol Plagues Eskimos.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. So just a litany of issues present, in the reciprocation of that information, and being able to have the community apply any level of context or knowledge around those findings. Because again, there's always a story behind it, but it had larger impacts, both socially and even financially. Because what happened were these communities, Standard and Poor,
the Standard and Poor Index, yes, the Standard and Poor 500, which is the economic balance for the economic rating for the organization, for the town.
Yeah, it took a huge negative hit, which really affected negatively the funding that the community was able to acquire to address a lot of these issues. And without the community's ability to apply their story and their context, it also resulted in a lot of shame. It resulted in a lot of generational shame, and probably honestly percolated a lot of further issues than it even helped address. So this one really highlights the need for community involvement and to apply community context and story, but also to always include the community within the studies and the gather of data and the gather of knowledge. And I present this one because it's a really good example of how those maybe perhaps good intentions at the start resulted in really community harm, and how data can be utilized in this context, and how it can be misused.
Absolutely.
So the next story brings us a little bit closer to home. So the Passamaquoddy wax cylinders. So in 1890, so this was fairly new technology at the time, was the state-of-the-art Edison phonograph. And so this phonograph was brought to Passamaquoddy territory to practice recordings on what they called the remnants of Passamaquoddy people. And at the time, the Passamaquoddies, lived, they still reside in 2 communities, Madantmaguk and Zabayeg. And what happened was this researcher, Jesse Walter, I believe it's Fuchs, dragged one of these phonographs out to Passamaquoddy communities to record information and record stories and record voices, record language. He gathered a whole host of information, including funeral rites and sacred stories within these wax cylinders. This information was extremely held to the heart as sacred stories to Passamaquoddy people. And he gathered all this information and then left with it. And you'll find that that is a very common instance with researchers. And that's why we refer to them as helicopter researchers, and why we continually have this issue of mistrust, because they come in, they collect information, they leave, and none of that information then is given back to communities, or it's used with general misuse without context.
And in this case, it's also about community benefits. So the last time we talked about community harm, this one, it's about who benefited from that research. All these stories were given, were shared, the recordings were made and then taken right away. And it was the researcher that benefited, not the community.
Exactly. And so fast forward to 1980 is when the Passamaquoddy communities are first allowed to hear these recordings via cassette, and they were very staticky, and obviously the technology shifted. It wasn't until the 2000s that there was any type of digital enhanced recordings of these stories, which, you know, through the years, as we continually lose elders, these stories are something that can be lost. We lose storytellers, we lose language speakers every year. You know, our language is endangered. We need to, these are the preservation efforts. And even to this day, those actual wax cylinders are not in the possession of Passamaquoddy people. So it's just a real highlight about, you know, right, Rebecca mentioned who benefits from this, and who took away stories for a community that really held those in the sacred belief.
Absolutely. And it's also important to know, because this is a good segue for our next one, is that this was done at a time in the 1880s when Indigenous people were, that was the height of the residential school era, the RAP policies, relocation, assimilation, and termination. And that's really how the federal government really looked at the landscape for dealing with Native people. So as we go forward, we then talk about the last story of invisibility. And with invisibility, what this is talking more about is that when relocation didn't work and assimilation didn't really work, and termination was, while very effective in many ways, didn't completely work either, then it starts to become, well, then let's make people invisible. They're not present in data sets. There's a whole term of racism, erasure, being able to really start to look at where are people in these data sets, where are people as we're doing research. So Indigenous communities and these examples are being researched. There's no benefit, there's harm. And then there's also then the fact of when there are data sets and there is, then Indigenous people aren't present, or they're extremely present, as in the case with violence. And that's when we have our missing and murdered Indigenous women. And in those data sets, it's very prevalent. So when we do hear about Native people, what do we hear? We hear about women being murdered. We hear about really negative stereotypes, substance use, etc. So it's about a story that's completely under the surface when you really hear about the strengths of the community, the values, etc.
Yeah, and those RAP policies, you know, with relocation, assimilation, the residential boarding schools, which have gotten attention recently, those are all historical reasons as to why you wouldn't want to share your information, right? That creates mistrust. Why would I share my story with someone when I feel like that's ammo against my people? And that just continually leads to underrepresentation. And this was generations in the making. And these are things that, you know, our Wabanaki people and Native and Indigenous people across the country and the world suffer from. And that's why we really see these levels of invisibility and these levels of historical trauma that cause this mistrust, and really has fostered fear within the world of research, evaluation, and data. And it's important that when we talk about data specifically, that data is going to be controlled, owned by people, which we're going to go into a little bit about some of the First Nation principles here in a minute. But I want to talk a little bit about how those things have led to community harm. So, you know, harm comes in a lot of ways, but really what we're talking about is the cumulative effects of harm caused by the misuse of information. And those two examples, especially the first example of the Barrow, Alaska tribal village, I think that really highlights, and I think we talked a lot about what the real societal impacts were in the sense of shame and alcohol use, and how that information, how it was shared and reciprocated, probably, you know, led to increased rates or psychological harm. Harm comes in a lot of ways, whether it be physical, psychological, you know, social, economic, or even legal harm. And I think this is one of those things that information, when misused or even used without that context and that knowledge, can really percolate those levels of harm.
Absolutely. And then, so when you think about research, the next definition, the next word really we're going to look at is social research. And that can be seen as an instrument for oppression, imperialism, and colonialism. So when you think about that, you know, so many researchers come in to want to learn more, to be of use, to be of benefit, to help. But there is a real negative connotation of research that I think we all need to be looking for. And absolutely, I see a comment, purposely created harm. Absolutely. The system was created for a very specific purpose. And that goes to the invisibility, that goes to all of these different concepts that we're talking about through these stories, is that research and all wanting to know information and being able to move the needle when it comes to health equity, we've got to be thinking about like the populations that are very much adversely affected by health disparities and that are really being impacted by health disparities and the reasons why. So really we're going to kind of pivot now and talk a little bit about some data principles that can really help do research in a good way, to be able to do the research in a way that the community is involved. And we're talking from the Indigenous perspective, but these are principles that can be used across the board with any population. So Ralph, for the next slide.
Yeah, and I wanted to just highlight this quote real quick too from a First Alaskan Initiative woman who I thought had this fantastic. So information, data, and research about our peoples collected about us, with us, or by us belong to us and must be cared for by us. And that really gets to the heart of some of these stories and what data sovereignty means. And Liz Liquin, now as Cat Sass Medicine Crow, is a very knowledgeable First Alaskan Initiative First Nations person. So I wanted to just kind of highlight this quote that really, I think, gets to the heart of what we're kind of talking about a bit. But I'm going to go on to kind of some of the efforts here. And I don't know, Rebecca, if you want to talk a bit about that one.
Absolutely. So you hear buzzwords, data sovereignty, self-determination, all these things. And what is it all about? So data sovereignty really is the ability to have the data that are about that quote. That is data sovereignty. We have data about us, for us, collected by us, and determined by us. Self-determination is that inherent right of people, of native nations, to be able to govern their people, their land, and their resources. So it's being able to tell your story. That is, in a nutshell, what we're talking about. So here in the US, the Native Congress for American Indians have put out a statement. They put out a resolution regarding Indigenous data sovereignty and the inclusion of tribes when we look at these data principles. And this resolution is really talking about putting a statement in place about how we do this. But we're at a place right now that there is this, but what actions do we have? There's some, but what they've done in the First Nations up in Canada is actually really amazing and something that we've really taken to heart. And that is the OCAP principles. And OCAP stands for ownership, control, access, and possession. Ralph, I'll let you start to go through those principles.
Yeah, and so I'm going to talk a bit about the first principle is ownership. So a community or group owns the information collectively in the same way that an individual owns his or her personal information. So when we talk about Indigenous communities, data that's taken or stories collected from that community are owned by that community. So they're their stories. And that allows us this ability to avoid things like Barrow, where there's contextual knowledge, traditional knowledge and cultural knowledge around the data that's being collected. And it really adds to what the needs of the community are and allows them to understand that, it provides them the ability to own their information. And the second one, so I'll give it back to Rebecca.
Control. So I think what's interesting when we kind of talk about ownership and control, and you think about like the social ecological model, where you have the individual and you go out all those different layers. What this is really talking about is data is not just individual, it's community, it's societal. That when you're in a native, from the native perspective, that is really something that data is owned by the community. The community's data is owned. And that it is controlled. And this affirms that Indigenous people and their communities have the rights to seek control over that information. They have the right to tell their stories. So control isn't just like wanting to keep things closed in. It's about being able to choose is be able to choose what information is shared, how they tell their stories, in what ways is that information shared.
So then access. So, this is something that we work really hard internally on as well, with information that is tribally owned, but we might help have access to. So, first, the fact that Indigenous people must have access to information and data about themselves and their community. And this needs to be presented in a way and accessible in a way that is not, there's no barriers, right? Where we have to remove the barriers to increase access. So it's not just that they own and control it, but how is that information accessible to Indigenous people, to Native people, to communities? And regardless of where it is held, and a lot of information now is at the moment, and historically has been in universities, and where that research is being done, that data collected, how is that, if it's being held there, how is that accessible? How is that information going back to communities? How are they applying their cultural community knowledge to be able to put context and understanding about what that information actually means? And the last one.
Possession, the physical control of the data, the actual holding of the data. And I think this really kind of goes with both access and possession, but it's the ability to have data sharing agreements and being able to talk about that I house the data, I have the file, and that I can then choose how that information is shared, who has access. So it's the type of access Ralph talked about, but also I think possession is that physical control, but with that physical control comes that ability to share information in the way that fulfills the needs and really the communities within the culture of the community.
So what does that look like in practice? So within our center, we work really hard to make sure that we live, we talk the talk and walk the walk in these different aspects. So what does that actually look like? So data sharing agreements, Rebecca talked about. So who has the authority to share your data for your community, and who are the gatekeepers of that data? So it's up to the communities to basically dictate how information data is utilized, because they're the ones that provide those.
Absolutely. And I saw a question regarding if there are differing opinions. And I think that that's up to each community to determine, does it go through tribal council? And is it then a data sharing request goes to council? For our organization, when there's a data request, we bring the data in and then we look at what the data is. And if it's about a community, that goes right to the chief and council. So it really then becomes more of a democratic process of where they will determine how best to utilize the data and whether or not there is the ability to release the data. And I think that, these are all questions to consider whenever we're doing these, whenever we look at data sets. I think it's important to take a moment, to take a beat, and just to think about, okay, how was this data collected? Who was involved in this collection? What kind of, engagement were they done before the data was collected? How was the community involved with the questions that were captured? So really thinking about the before part, because too often data is collected and then it's like, oh, we'll do outreach to the community. That way we've reached out to the community and involved them. But it's kind of like a little far down the road that they're being involved. And then there's no input with a lot of that. So I think these principles, these questions really starts to kind of go into really thinking through the way that we are collecting, storing, and sharing information.
And the last thing I want to share is this lovely graphic to just highlight too about as we make these efforts on decolonizing data systems and having ownership and control and access possession back to tribal communities, is that is really at the core of how we address the inequity and health disparities.
Absolutely. And what I love about this image, this is from the Indian Urban Health Institute from Seattle. And this image is actually in the background. It's a ledger that an Indigenous community was keeping on their land, and that their financial information at a time when they were not even granted citizenship. So it's just this kind of juxtaposition between the vision of Indigenous people and the story that was told at the turn of the century versus the reality. And so when we're talking about decolonizing data, we're really talking about looking at these systems, looking at these colonized systems that were built in a certain way and really taking that step back And data collection is important. I'm an epidemiologist. I love data, but I also think we have a real responsibility to take that step back and look at how we're collecting the data, how we're using the data, and how we are involving communities, and how we're making sure that those communities are involved in the process from the beginning, that they are involved, that they are the ones having a real say in the data. And if they don't want the data, then they're not, it's not being collected on them. So that's the ways that we start to decolonize data. And that's the way we start to really decolonize our data systems.
So Chiwaliwan, to all of you, thank you for listening. And I think I will pass it perhaps back over to Linda for next steps.
Great.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you all. There's so much for us to think about and learn about. It's really, really, really wonderful. And so you're gonna.
So I will pull up some of the great questions that came up during that chat. But one of the things that I'd like to focus on first is sort of unpacking those definitions and boundaries of community. We got several questions around what if community leaders, what happens when and how community leaders have different ideas about what benefits their community, or what if there are disagreements in terms of how data and information should be used and interpreted in the community. So how do folks how have folks approached that or encountered that in the work that y'all are doing?
I think that might be for us probably a bit too. Yeah, and so we have 4 federally recognized tribes in the state, and there are 5 communities. And I think there is going to be differing of opinions because they're each individual communities and different peoples, different leadership, different representation, different cultures. There's a lot of similarities, but ultimately at the end of the day, they are very different people. And so I think one of the things that's both a challenge, but also I think a highlight and something to kind of embrace that diversity is to understand that you have to communicate with them. And so there may be differing opinions based on what community wants and what another community wants. And I think respect towards what each individual community wants is kind of at the heart of it. So if one community, wanted to access information in a certain way, another community may not be ready for that level of access. They may not be ready for that level of protection. So it's really working individually. Thank you for the background. I wish I took it. I didn't, I stole it, but I like it, so I keep it up. So I hope I kind of answered the question, but really it's looking at if there's differing opinions within the community, I think it's a matter of looking at specifically what that community needs and what their structures are, what their people look like, what their culture is. There's a lot of elements that go into assessing that.
Thanks so much for that, Ralph. I think this question is for Anita and Lori, asking about, are there states that your group would point to around model public health data laws or practices? And what are some of those barriers of putting those best practices into action?
Lori, do you want to talk about the law piece, and then we can talk about any other?
Yeah, the ideal public health data law, I mean, one of the challenges that there's just such variability by law. So as I mentioned, like California is starting to be more proactive in thinking about, some of these shadow health records and really protection of data and reuse of data. I don't know that I, necessarily think that there is sort of a model, that they're sort of model public health data laws. There are, some groups that I think are really doing some great work. We worked, part of some of the people we spoke to as part of our interviews, the National Public Health Law Group are really starting to think about this. So I think what I would say is that I'm not sure there are states who have particularly implemented those laws, but there are some really useful guidelines, again, thinking about organizations that are not tied to a specific state, but they're really thinking about sort of model language and recommended language for what laws could look like. And we can certainly, I don't have those handy, but if it's useful, we can certainly circle back and point you to some of those resources. Those are also in some of our white paper, our white papers that provide some of those examples there. But that's sort of what I would say is that I don't know that there's a specific state, but there has been a lot of effort to think about kind of model language that states could consider.
Yeah, I would just add there, there are some templates now for exercising more of the emergency powers for quicker data sharing, particularly between healthcare and public health. And so there's some guidelines from the National Public Health Law folks that people are trying to play out at the state level. It's more at the community level, less on the sort of the legal pieces, a little bit on data sharing and model communities that are doing more equity-centered thinking in their data frameworks, whether they're better integrating health and social service data or public health data and the like. And some of those communities are actually communities that we've been following for the last several years as part of an effort called Sentinel Communities. We've been understanding how they're evolving towards a culture of health and centering equity. And we can put those in the chat. And they are some nice identification of how people are using data as a form of systemic change around equity. So both in the white papers, there are these call out boxes that have some best practices, legally, data sharing, technology, really great things. And then in some of these at the city or regional level, there are communities like, Tacoma, Washington, and other places that are taking on a more holistic way of looking at equity-centered data that you might want to look at.
Great. So I think a related question that came a bit earlier in our discussion is around who stakeholders might be or what points of resistance might be for collecting data about structural factors, right? Like evictions, right? For example. Yeah, like how do we approach questions of data governance and stewardship when the structural factors are being measured and surveilled rather than community members?
Do you mean the sort of the structural factors, gathering those data might be harder because they're outside of traditional sectors, or
Absolutely. Yeah, and then that they might have different politics if you're monitoring evictions or no cause evictions, right? That has different politics than if you're monitoring infant well-being or growth.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen in some communities are not coming at this conversation through a traditional health lens, but a lot of communities are coming at this conversation through more broadly a well-being lens, or a conversation where they're organizing around a dignity economy or something else that forces a conversation between sectors. And one of the challenges that I think health has is making sure that we are part of those conversations as much as we're part of our own conversations to build out our own data dashboards. And when those conversations can happen and we start talking about housing data, other forms of information, it's still not politically charged, right? But there are better ways to kind of holistically connect the dots in a non-traditional health conversation than in a health conversation. Because when it's just sort of extractive, we need the data to then inform our disease monitoring, our health monitoring. People are far more resistant to that conversation. But if it becomes a conversation about economic opportunity, dignity, economy, well-being, and other things like that, then it can widen the aperture. But too often, and I think many of you know this from your own work, too often the public health department is hanging out there by itself, and all the other government agencies are hanging out together, whether it's public works or economic development or public safety. And so there are some recommendations certainly in the commission work and in the white paper work and in some of this other work that we've done in communities about how to kind of reframe the narrative such that then you can have those conversations. Now, purpose and use of data is always going to be charged. But the question is like, what are the sort of guidelines then on translation and dissemination and use of data versus like, hey, first of all, you have the data, can we connect the data? And so little of that is happening currently. So, but I would think about it as different entry points into the conversation that hasn't traditionally been health strong suit historically.
I just wanted to add something really quickly to that. I think that's a great response. And sort of 2 points. I think that through COVID, there was a much greater recognition that sort of all of these different sectors are more interconnected than perhaps, you know, we like to think of when we sit sort of separately in our silos. And the other thing that we sort of heard a lot about is sort of the directionality of data sharing. So it's not just give me your data, but it's really thinking again about how collectively you know, data across sectors can inform the health and well-being, as Anita said, of communities for sort of broader decision making. So I just wanted to put a pin in 2 of those points.
And if I may just also add, because I think what you're all talking about, and I saw one of the questions in the chat, is really about also building relationships. So when you're sharing data, it's about building relationships with communities, building relationships with the people that the data is about. And so if there is the opportunity for data to come back to a community, it doesn't mean the data disappears. It means that it's important, it's kind of imperative to build relationships so that when there are to be further analyses or there are to be other questions to be asked, you've built that bridge so that you're really able to talk through what are these different issues, whether it be through a public health pandemic as we've just gone through, or another issue. So I just wanted to highlight that with data sharing, relationships are just absolutely core.
Thanks so much for that, Rebecca. I think one of the other questions that had come up here, and maybe we've touched on this a little bit about what happens and how differences of perspective or action are vary within a particular community or within a particular group of stakeholders. How is that documented, acted on, and taken forward through a stewardship process? So is there a particular way that y'all are thinking about that at Wabanaki Public Health, or similarly in Rand, have you seen good examples of where communities have been able to grapple with differences in perspective or approach?
So I can jump in real quick, and please anybody else join in, but I think it kind of goes back to what I was saying around relationships. And when it doesn't matter what community you're with, people are going to have different perspectives. And I think there's a tendency and a desire to have an easy, like step-by-step process of how you deal with that. And that's just never the case. It's not even human nature. It's how, when you get people together, and if there's a difference of opinions, you need to have critical conversations and difficult conversations and really try to build those relationships and work with people to be able to determine their perspectives. I think, and Ralph, please chime in with this, but I don't think it's any different in Indigenous communities as it is anywhere, that at the end of the day, we're all people that need to communicate with each other and build relationships that we're sharing.
Oh,
So,
go ahead.
No, please.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be that level of differences. I think probably one of the important missions is to educate around what data is, how it's utilized. Because historically, right, our people they just want to get through the day. They're not thinking about, about long-term health effects or about what this data means for the next 5, 10 years, 1 year, it doesn't matter. We need to build that sort of foundation there too. And that's one of the things that we work on with Indigenous youth, is to be able to get them into public health sciences and to get them to understand, to educate tribal leaders, tribal councils about what this actually means, about what it means what is data governance. And it takes a long time, but when we've gone through so many, we talked about those RAP policies, about removal of children, about those things. I mean, really, a lot of the times you're just surviving for the day. You're not thinking about those things. So we need to build a foundation to be able to provide this level of education, to build that baseline, to build that foundation about what this work actually is, what data is, what it means, and why it's important.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is, in addition to really important points that Rebecca and Ralph are making about relationships, is taking more time than we usually do in public health to understand not just health values, but mindset and narrative. And that's been a big part of some of the things that Lori and I and others at RAND have been a part of. And we don't do that enough, right? So then when we don't really understand the underlying constructs and mindsets and orientation, then it's hard to construct a data system or even a public health department that honors that sort of difference and heterogeneity and intercultural kinds of expectations and differences around health and well-being. And so then the choices of data, when you kind of go to that paradigm of data to information to insight, what are you sense making against? Not only what are you selecting in terms of data and choices that you're making on data, but it has to be benched on something. And we often are thinking on the other end of the equation, you know, vis-a-vis, okay, policy and resource allocation, which is important, but we don't spend enough time on the sort of the mindset and the narrative piece, both at the individual and the community level. And that, as much as we talked about data, even in the commission work, there's a whole section on narrative that is as important, if not more so. And we tend to not be trained that way in public health as many, and we certainly don't spend a lot of time on it. And I would suggest that we have to do a lot more of that.
That's such a great, I was going to say that's such a great point to end on, Anita, but now I'm seeing such fabulous questions in the chat, and particularly hear from Nancy thinking about the way that law or regulation is sometimes stands in for that relationship building, and we know that it's not a great stand-in. So how to get back to a model where relationship-based stewardship can happen, right, is a huge challenge, particularly living in, you know, we want to call it racial capitalism, we want to call it surveillance capitalism, right? This world in which data is a really powerful currency. So thank you, Ralph and Rebecca, Anita, and Lori. I think we have decided that we'll take our break now and come back and do the breakout groups to have deeper discussion about these issues with our case. So I'll turn it to Heather to
Rebecca.
help us move into the break, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes. Is that?
Yes. Can you hear me, Kate?
Yeah.
It's Becca. Okay. Sorry. So I'm back. I feel like I was in and out. So I wanted to, as Kate said, we got so caught up in this session that we forgot to just to give you your 10-minute break between the two sets of speakers. So we're going to give you a chance to do that. But before you break, I just want to thank so much to Kate and Linda for serving as our facilitators, and to Rebecca and Ralph and Lori and Anita for their very thoughtful and interesting discussion. I am really glad that both of your presentations were in the same session, because I think that they generated a lot of really good questions and thought-provoking kind of next steps for all of us. And so after the break, when you come back, we will have put you randomly into breakout sessions. And for those of you that were there this morning, that were here this morning, it's going to be really similar. We're going to randomly assign you to a small group and give you a case study, which was also included in your pre-meeting materials. This time we're going to have you look at one that's called Who Owns Your Story? And this was prepared by the Global Health Education and Learning Incubator at Harvard University. And so there are some preset discussion questions that we'll put into the chat and share with all of you. And just like this morning, we'll have facilitators rotating around to the different discussion groups. So with that, we'll look to see you back here in about 8 minutes. And just thank you so much again to Lori and Anita, Rebecca and Ralph, and to you all for being here. So we will see you back in a bit.
So we'll just.
Okay, here we go. I hope everyone got just a little bit of fresh air for a few minutes, and we still have a lot of wonderful things to learn. And we are about to hear a talk that really fits with where we've gotten to, and it is overcoming challenges and considerations and implications for public health practice. And the person who's going to share that information with us is Angela Okafor. And she is the Acting Director of Outreach and Community Engagement for the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations of Maine, and is the owner of Tropical Tastes and Styles International Market in Bangor. She's the mother of 3, an immigration attorney, an entrepreneur, a community leader and builder, and a Nigerian immigrant. Months after becoming an American city, Angela became the first person of color and the first immigrant to serve on the Bangor City Council. She served on the Governor's Maine Economic Recovery Commission. She serves on the board of the Maine Multicultural Center and the Bangor Historical Society. Angela is a 2023 enlistee of the Marquess Who's Who's Biographical Directory, the first annual Community Solidarity Award by Food and Medicine to 2022, the Girl Scouts Pearls of Wisdom, Juliet Honoree for 2022, the 2021 Trailblazer Award by the PCHC Dentistry Residential Program, Maine Women's Fund Honoree 2020, and the Empowerment, the Immigrant Women Trailblazer Honoree 2018. Amazing ways that she's helping us learn, and we're delighted to have her continue to instruct us and help us learn.
Thanks, Angela. I think we're muted.
I'm sorry about that. You would think that after almost 3 years, we get used to all of this. Sorry, I'm trying to share my. I think I got it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. My name is Angela Okafor. I will be presenting today in relation to the Permanent Commission. So the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations of Maine is a statutory child of the state of Maine. Before I go on, I would like to make some acknowledgements. We like to acknowledge the people whose land we occupy today. We love to also acknowledge the people on whose backs the country we call home today was built. And on that, we go on. So this will be my outline. So before the establishment of the, permit me to call it the Permanent Commission going forward, please. So it was built on the basis that we all look alike, but then our communities and the laws and policies apply to us differently, which has limited our prosperity. So the structural racism has had been at the back of all these disparities, and the fact that different people and different communities get better treatment or get to have better opportunities to thrive better than other communities. These boundaries, of course, make it easier for some people to thrive, but more difficult for other people to thrive, which means that not everybody had the same opportunity to thrive. But then, because it's a systemic issue, that is where the government needed to act. So in trying to act, the government, the state of Maine, gave birth to the Permanent Commission in 2019. So it was LD 777 was the act that established the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations of Maine. And it dedicated 15 commissioners. So the idea of this agency is for it to, sorry, I'm gonna kind of touch on the story we just read and worked on. One general thing for me in that whole thread was the fact that there was active and trusted community engagement, even though that engagement was kind of breached a little bit, but at least there was one, because it's very crucial in establishing trust, which is very fundamental too, in being able to gather information that is trustworthy. So we created, to do that, we created different, or rather the law created different positions, different representations from different community to make sure that each community, as much as is possible, is represented in this commission so that their voices are heard, their concerns are heard, which this engagement is what primarily leads to our policy priorities in the Permanent Commission. We do not just come and decide on what to do, we listen to the public. So, but of course, after the creation, there was no funding and nothing happens without money, right? In 2021, the state of Maine went ahead to pass LD 1034, which provided funding, basic funding for the Permanent Commission. And at the same time, it created a possibility for staffing and office space, which made it possible for the work to start to happen. So the mission of the Permanent Commission by the statute is to primarily examine racial disparities across all systems. I like to emphasize all systems. So this is a power that permeates every corner of our community. And not just to research and examine, but to also advance ways to set forth policies that will work to eliminate these disparities so that everybody in the state has the same opportunity to thrive, or at least to try to thrive. These duties also, the statute also affords the Permanent Commission the powers to advise the 3 arms of government. Then of the 17 commissioners we have 2 co-chairs. Currently, we have 4 standing committees. Our 4 standing committees are the Community Engagement Committee, the Research Committee, the Public Policy Committee, and the Operations Committee. The way it works is that the community engagement engages with the communities, networks with the communities, service providers, everybody that needs to be heard from. Then from information gathered from this community engagement and networking, it moves back to the policy and research, of course, works very closely with the community engagement. Then the policy committee takes it up. How do we push for laws? Or what laws can we support that would push and support these different issues that these communities that we represent advised us to pursue? In doing that, of course, we have professional staff. Even though our capacity, we are still building our capacity. Currently, we are still in the works to employ a new executive director and a research director. But we have currently some staff We have subject matter experts. We also use policy and research fellows to help us. So this is a picture of pretty much the structure of our duties and the committees that we have. We have the operations. The operations committee builds, manages, and sustains the permanent commission. The community outreach does outreach, networking, and engagement. The public policy advances policies and practices that are based on these policies that the public policy advances are usually based on the community and outreach engagement and that of the research committee. Whatever they are able to come up with, that informs the policies that we push for. Then in 2020, the Permanent Commission worked with several legislators across party lines, and we arrived at certain focus areas to be the point, the rallying point, where we need to focus most of the times, because these rallying points are what determines who thrives and who doesn't thrive, who gets what and who doesn't get what. And these basic areas of focus are basic needs, basic rights, criminal justice, education, employment and workers' rights, juvenile justice, tribal sovereignty, wealth and income, healthcare, housing, and homelessness. However, we do not just base on these areas of focus, we have guiding principles. Our guiding principles is that, like I said, the system itself, the racism is ingrained in the system. So to change that, we have to call it a name. We have to make awareness of the existence of this systemic problems. So making awareness too is not enough. You have to make awareness, but at the same time, it takes resources for things to actually happen. We need financial and human resources. That is why the state of Maine apportioned some money to the work of the Permanent Commission, because it is a very important job, and also human resources by creating staff positions. Also, we work on the premise, one of the premises too we work on is the fact that we have to take a stand. So policies that are race neutral is either you're on this side or on that side. Remaining in the middle or on the fence, like most of us would say, that still perpetuates these disparities that we're trying to dismantle. So ultimately, we go into situations, we find what is going on, and we name what it is for what it is, because that is when we are able to move towards dismantling those disparities. Also, remember I said that the primary mission of the Permanent Commission is to examine all systems of the government to find where systemic racism exists. Because it is so ingrained in the system, there needs to be adequate analysis of the system to be able to figure out how do we move forward in the best way possible. At the same time, we believe that developing solutions should be led by impacted communities. Over the years, there have been a lot of efforts, yes, but most of the times, these communities that are impacted are not being afforded the opportunity of leadership, are not being trusted that they know what is best for them. But the Permanent Commission works on the premise that these communities know what is best for them better than anybody. So we are working to the point that when there is a need in any community, not just that the community involved is leading or is centered at that conversation, but that they actually lead in decision making. Then when it comes to tribal sovereignty, the Permanent Commission supports tribal sovereignty. because this, the Passamaquoddy tribe, the Penobscot Nation, the Halton Band of Maliseets, and the Mi'kmaq Nation have lived in this region where we call home right now. They've lived here for centuries. And the state of Maine entered into the Maine Indian Claim Settlement Implementation Act, which the state has not really kept their own end of the bargain. So to move forward in a more constructive and inclusive manner, policies need to be made in partnership, not in leadership, but in partnership with these tribal representatives. And that is part of what the Permanent Commission is set out to do. So we are honored to say that we have had several accomplishments since we took off. In 2020, we sent a report to the legislature outlining our policy priorities and guiding principles that I just talked about. Like I said, too, our policy priorities are always informed by community engagement. We have planned and hosted community listening forum. The first one was in 2021 during COVID. So that one was done remotely. But last year, we are proud to announce that we held a successful in-person community listening session in Bangor, Maine. And the statute mandates us to host at least one every year. So we're working towards hosting more than one, hopefully before the end of 2023. And the plan for these community listening sessions is to make sure that we keep rotating it across the state so that we're able to get into as many communities as possible, because we need to be able to include every and all communities of Maine. We have successfully established the Permanent Commission as an entity within the state government. We have advised and we continue to advise the legislative arm of the government, the executive branch of the government. We have introduced several bills. We support several bills. We have submitted reports to the legislature on prenatal and maternal health disparities. Also on racial disparities in land ownership access. And we published a report on the history of tribal-state relations. We have hosted the Maine's first celebration of a new holiday, James Weldon Johnson's Day, last year. And we are working on continuing to celebrate that. We have established an advisory committee to identify offensive place names in Maine and establish a uniform way of changing those place names. So these place names are very important because in the past, like it has determined who gets to be celebrated or who is not celebrated. But then several of these places have been named after people who carried out very atrocious activities against the Black people and against indigenous peoples of Maine. We have also developed a new committee structure that reflects the work and anticipated needs of our commission. We have developed a model, or we're still developing actually a model for engaging the community and networking. Then currently some of this work we have achieved, but we are still working on making them better. For example, LD2. LD2 is an act that requires the inclusion of racial impact statements in the legislative process. This act, LD2, mandates the legislature to always consider the impact a policy could mete out to different communities before it passes it. Then LD 1226 directs the Permanent Commission to examine restorative justice Remember, one of our focus areas is juvenile justice and criminal justice. The Permanent Commission believes that everybody deserves a second chance, and people can be revived, like people can be given second alternatives other than just incarcerating everybody. Then LD 1441 is an act that created the James Weldon Johnson Observance Day in Maine, and also an observance, a task force that works to make sure that this day continues being celebrated in the state of Maine. Then LD 1610, which is one of our proudest accomplishments that is still ongoing, is an act to promote equity in policy making by enhancing the state's ability to collect, analyze, and apply data. So this is very important because let me go back to the case study we just talked about. One crucial reason why the tribe allowed for their blood to be taken for the first time was the creation of establishment of trust. One thing that has not really existed for a long time between several disproportionately communities is trust between them and the governments. That is where the Permanent Commission comes in, because data, we cannot collect data to solve anything or to progress any policy without that trust. So for this law, this part of this is to also help us be able to not just de-identify information, because that is where once you start to ask identifying information, people, especially the disproportionately affected communities, everybody starts to shrink back. That distrust starts to come up. People don't want to answer. People don't want to be truthful. People don't want to be seen or heard because they are scared of repercussions. So that is one of the things the Permanent Commission is working on, to be able to give us the opportunity to be able to protect data. Then LD 1934 is to change the identifying and reporting responsibilities and extending the reporting deadline for the identification of places in the state that are offensive. Then we go down to health equity impact analysis. So according to Wellesley Institute, health equity impact analysis is a practical and effective planning tool that analyzes the potential impact of services, programs, or policy change on health disparities and or health disadvantaged populations. So what does this mean? This before now had not been done in Maine. So this is the first time this kind of work is being done, and it's the Permanent Commission doing that. So of course we received APA funding to help us establish this. And this will provide a way to evaluate existing policies and programs through the lens of the impacted populations. So this health equity impact analysis is going to help us know what data do we need, how do we collect it, where do we collect it, how do we focus it, how do we focus it towards making policies. And these policies, how can they potentially affect or affect negatively or positively the health of these communities that have been disproportionately affected for a long time ago. That is basically what the health equity impact analysis does. And the Permanent Commission is very invested in doing that to help us know how to collect data, or more like progress in our data collection, our data storing, our data analysis, because we cannot really make any substantial and effective policy without realizing how does this affect the communities that we serve. So this analysis, it's going to be quantitative, it's going to be qualitative, it's going to be participatory of these communities. We go into the communities, several communities. We actually did this across the nation. We scanned across the nation which states are partaking in health equity impact analysis. Some people called it health equity impact analysis. Some people called it health impact analysis, but whatever they called it, it was almost always the same practice. Then, just like health equity impact analysis, we also, like I said, LD2 established the practice of evaluating every policies to check how they can affect particular and different racial communities. So these racial impact statements are a tool, just like the health equity impact analysis, that evaluates the pending legislation through the lens of racial impact. Racial equity impact health equity impact analysis analyzes the health. This policy that is being made, how can it affect proportionately or disproportionately these communities that have been long disproportionately affected by the system? While racial impact statement analyzes how this policy is going to affect different races. So these are all the things the Permanent Commission is involved in. I already talked about the data governance. It is very important for us to be able to analyze both the health, equity, and racial impact of every policy in relation to the disproportionately affected communities that we serve. And that is where the data governance issue comes up for us. And that is why it's an ongoing project for us, because we did part of it previously, but then as we engage the community, we realize, oh, shoot, we don't have this. So now we're going back to find ways to adjust it to accommodate what our communities that we serve require of us to do. So that will be it. I am grateful to be here, and I'm very honored to have presented this. And I look forward to any question if anybody has any. And of course, further collaboration with anybody and every organization that is necessary. And here is our contacts. Heather and her team will be sharing this presentation later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela, and all the members of the commission for this really transformative work in our state. In a moment, we'll launch the evaluation for this session, but I wanted Angela to invite you to say a little bit more about the process of putting together the legislation of LD 1610 that helps to implement data governance within the commission. If you could speak to sort of how that came about and how commission members are thinking about what data governance will mean across all the systems that impact racial inequalities.
Thank you for that question. So far, there are certain information I cannot, with due respect, share now because it is still, we do not want to preempt anything, but it's important to us to let you know that we're working on, because on being able to protect individual information. So this is very important. Data governance is very important to us because, like I said, one of the major and important aspects of being able to dismantle the racial system is trust. And to gain that trust, we have to communicate with them. And to communicate with them, not all of them, they don't trust the government majority of the times. And that is why most times you don't see them participate. So to do that, for us, we have to, of course, we had to listen to their concern. Initially, we thought, oh, we had this. And then reaching out to them, we learned this is a concern. And we're like, oh, wow, okay. We went back. So the Permanent Commission by statute is empowered to initiate bills by itself, and it also has the power to support bills. So what we do is when we find issues that are policy related, or we find a problem from our community engagement, we find solutions. How can we solve this problem? In this case, how can we increase the chances of these communities that the government has betrayed over and over? How can we get them to trust us, to open up and share informations with us, especially very sacred informations? They have to trust us, and for them to trust us, it's one step at a time, right? Some people are comfortable sharing their stories publicly without care, but majority of these people are scared, and you don't blame them. So they want to share critical information, but they do not want to be known. So how can we make sure that people do not FOIA us tomorrow about this identifying information, thereby exposing these people to the dangers they are scared of? But at the same time, we cannot continue to let these informations not come to the table. So because we need this information very critically, and we need to make sure these communities are safe and comfortable to share this information, we have to find ways to kind of take away the government arm. I said, quote unquote, the government arm from this. So one thing I forgot to say is that the Permanent Commission, even though we live in the compound of the government, but we're technically not government, so we are independent. So that gives us that leverage to be able to say, once we are able to get this passed, that, hey, we can keep your information, and we will actually be able to do that. If you remember the case study we just read, there was a break in communication too, whereby they didn't communicate with them that the blood will be used for further studies. That is one of the kind of bridges that the Permanent Commission is trying to bridge. Because when we are setting up questionnaires for our listening sessions, we always ask people, if you're comfortable sharing your story publicly, fine. If you're not comfortable, you want to write it and have it shared by someone else, fine. If you want us to follow up with you later on, you indicate and give us details. If you don't want that, that is still okay. At the same time, when you give us your details, when you give us your details, we always ask if you want to speak further on this. Do you feel comfortable with this person communicating you further? Do you feel comfortable with us potentially using your information publicly? Do you feel comfortable with us calling you to testify if there is a need for it through your story? These are the things we do. Some people feel comfortable, some people do not. And we do that. That is basically what we're working on, being able to protect people's data, because those raw data is most important than documented data.
Thank you so much for all of this, Angela. And I just want to say, as a funny little academic over here, I think that innovative work that the commission has done to create these governance structures and community engagement structures is really a core part of innovative scholarship around these questions of data governance and data stewardship. And I think many of us are eager to learn from this process, both in terms of the data and analysis, but also in terms of how a group such as the Commission can be empowered to make structural and systemic policy changes that are, so critical to determining health outcomes. Is there anything else that you'd want to leave us leave us with, Angela?
Nothing else, unless there's any question.
If folks have any dangling questions for Angela, now is a great time. And I know that the evaluation is up, and folks can take a moment to complete that evaluation and help us understand the success of these sessions. So we'll thank Angela and start to turn it back to Linda to help us. Now I do have some questions.
Oh,
So
great.
great, fabulous. So I'm going to kind of combine these two questions, right? So having trusted processes of informed consent is something that you mentioned being really important to the commission and sort of thinking about that as an ongoing process. And there's another question about paying research participants and how the commission might approach that. And so how are you thinking about sort of consent processes as well as recognizing folks' time and stories?
Thank you for that question. This is very important. So at the Permanent Commission, it is very important for us to lead the way. We are very high on not taking advantage of, our people's times, and most importantly, these communities that have been taken advantage of in so many ways. So every time we engage anybody, we always pay them. No matter what, no matter how small, we always, and we do not just pay, we pay what we believe is fair. That is one thing we work on, one of our basic principles. So we acknowledge that it's very important to appreciate people's worth and effort. And there was a second part to that question, consent, you said, right?
Yeah, sort of how are you thinking about approaching or thinking through questions about consent? And you touched on this, very clearly in sort of giving folks options throughout the process of, would you be comfortable with this scenario? Or if, having kind of checkpoints of there, yeah.
Yes, we are still working on, still structurally building ourselves. Like I said previously, we are still working on establishing set processes in different ways. So it is something, in as much as we've done it, but like I said, every time we engage the community like that, we learn new things like, oh, wow, we didn't even think about this. So we go back, because this is a new commission. We are still building ourselves up. We are still making mistakes. We are still walking through our mistakes and learning it. So we had one. Now we are, this came up. So we went back, we are back on our building table trying to figure this out. And then we are going to face the community again with tada, and then I'm sure something else is going to pop up. So this is what, because we are going according to the dynamics of the community. They are directing us, they are driving the bus. We are just following wherever that we are driven to. So, but giving full disclosure and information is very important to us. And that is part of why this LD 1610 is super, super important, because we want to be able to tell them everything they need to know, carry them along, and at the same time, if something changes, tell them and give them reports as to where we are, what we are doing, how we are doing it, who is involved. That is something we are always very clear about.
Thanks so much, Angela. Now we have some more questions coming to you. A question about how informed consent is working over telemedicine, but also for medical records. So are you thinking about medical records or other institutional data differently than data that the commission might collect as original
Thank you. Thank you for that. So if you remember where I said that our mission primarily is to examine all systems. I like to emphasize on that, all systems of the, to find where there are disparities and to find ways to break down those barriers. So there are data that exist, but we all know that most of these data are not really either conclusive or very inclusive, because there are so many communities that are disproportionately affected that do not trust the government. So they do not share their data, but that is what we want to permeate. We want to be able to gain their trust. We know it will not be an overnight thing. And when we are able to gain their trust fully, we want raw information, because that is the best source of information there is. When we hear directly from the people, it is not doctored. It is as it is, the truest, the best. So, and when we talk about that, all systems means economic system, health systems, educative systems, every system in our community that helps people live life and succeed. It brings me back to the importance of LD 1610.
Thank you. Right, and to that importance of having both the data governance structure and the community engagement strategy. There is one more question here about that process of engaging communities, getting feedback, and sort of constructing the bus that's going to drive this process. Could you walk us through some of the practices that y'all are developing for community engagement in the commission?
So we are working on a work plan on how to have a policy and a practice. How do we engage the community during these listening sessions? How many are we able to have yearly? How do we follow up with people? How do we make it very accessible to everybody as much as is possible? How do we, who in the community? So we are working on certain practices as to engaging the community. Also, we are working on practices on how to network with individuals, organizations, and state agencies, both statewide and national. I would, because some things that happen or we can push in the state, we can get a lead from outside of the states. Like when I talked about health equity impact analysis that we are working on, the scan was throughout the nation. So we are working on who do we need to have to be in contact with in the community that could help us do this or help us do that. If we want to pass a policy, we cannot, one tree doesn't make a forest. We need networking, we need support, we need allies. So that is part of what we are drawing a power map as to when you come into a community, who do we speak to? Because in this, I'll go back to the case study we had. The scientist connected with someone that the community trusted. So that is the power map we are working on. Who do we need to know? Who do we need to be speaking with? Who do we need to be talking with? Who do we need, if there is money to go to the community, who do we need to be giving the money? If there is a need to bring community members to testify, who do we need to be speaking to that can gather that? So that is what we're trying to build. And then when people reach out to us, how do we decide on things to be involved in and things not to be involved in? Because the truth is there are several misconceptions of what we truly do. We are really not a service agency, but at the same time, we are building ourselves in a way to be like a hub. If we cannot help you, we need to find ways to direct you towards where you need to be. One thing we have found too in the state is that there has been a lot of competitions among organizations, which end up stifling efforts that should be progressing us. So another thing we are working on so much in this community engagement is to promote collaborations versus competitions, because the more organizations compete, for example, there is a grant for an organization that does this. Most times you see the big established organizations who may not really know the very foundation of the needs of certain communities getting the grants, whereas the organization that is very crucial, that is very basic and grassroots, that will reach to the people directly, they are prevented from doing that because either they don't have the capacity or something. Sometimes we have so many organizations doing the same thing. So resources don't either go around, and then sometimes we have in maybe an agency of the government, this arm doesn't know what this arm is doing. That one doesn't know what the other one. So how do we coordinate? How do we make it so that, because when we combine efforts, when there is no need for duplication, that energy, that resources that is being poured into duplicating effort can be channeled towards something else. So that is another thing the Permanent Commission is working on. We are working on becoming like a hub of what are all these health or community health centers or organizations. Can we bring our heads together and try to find out what are your strengths? What are your strengths? What are your struggles? Where can I fit in to support your efforts? You know, whereby by the time we finish doing all these things, it strengthens our efforts, strengthens our state, strengthens the opportunity for everybody to thrive. Currently, like you can see where I talked about betting rights. We got reached out by a national agency that is working on betting rights. And we also have some in our state that are into that. We have the doula, you know, there's a bill that got put out for doulas to expand main care to pay for doula services. So you find out, like, I got in this book and then I'm seeing different organizations. I didn't even know about doula services, to be honest with you. But then I met with one, I was like, oh, because I'm originally Nigerian. So in Nigeria, it was a very common thing, but coming here, it wasn't something I thought about that existed. And all of a sudden, I'm seeing one of these, I was like, oh, that is interesting. And then I see another one. And then I see another one. So it's like, you know, we're doing all these things, but we're so disconnected. How can we come together and put efforts together? Because that is when we can be able to advance policies that can withstand the test of time. Sorry, I can go on and on, but let me stop.
Thank you so much. Well, we could go on and on listening to you. I'll say that I've learned so much from the work of the commission. And if folks haven't read the structural racism report from the commission, it's a great piece of policy making and intellectual work. So thank you, Angela, for this session and for really bringing it home to where the policy making and community building comes together. So we really appreciate you and appreciate you taking the time to speak to this group. And I will now turn it to Linda to help us facilitate a brief sort of reflection around what we've learned today and what we want to take forward in our own practice and as a group of still 100 folks hanging on to this Zoom. So we really appreciate your time.
So the first thing that I'd like to say is the people who put this together, who did all this work, we need to thank them. It's just, I was asking Kate, well, when did you start this? And it's been months.
And it has.
It's been and it shows. And so it's just, that's one of the things that we need to think about in terms of today is a couple of things. What was new to you so what, and you don't necessarily have to respond, but what would be great is if you write down for yourself what was new, and also not just what was new to you, but what would have been new to your colleagues, to your partners, to your boss. Because one of the things we've been talking about over and over again is we can't do this as individuals. We have to do this as a part of a community. So tonight, when you go home, write down for yourself what would be new to your colleagues, to your partners, to your boss, in terms of what you learned today. Another thing for you to think about, and I know you're already thinking about this, but another one to write things down is, how will you use what you learned today? Not just have it up here, but how will you actually use it? Will you share it with your family? Will you share it with your colleagues? Will you share it with your dog? Will you, what will you do with what you learned? And somebody here has already written in the chat, I loved this learning. I'm working with a tribe in my community, and this has been so helpful. So this is just great. So how would you use what you learned? And another thing for I hope we're all thinking about is, what might you change about your work? So what has this given you new? We heard about, like, in terms of equity, as procedural equity, contextual equity, distributed equity. Does hearing that, those, all the depth, help us think about things in new ways? And how do we keep it not just sitting up here, but actually in the actions, that we're doing? And how might it change your work? So we just heard so much about a lot of things, but what are the actual next steps for you? What are you going to do? How are you going to make a difference? And how would you know if you did? And another thing that we learned today is how important shared approaches are. That part of what hopefully worked today for the things we did is that we were in the same room, learning from each other, working together. And I can't wait to do things like this again, that it's not about, oh, Kate's really good at things, oh, Linda's really good at things. It's the Kate, Linda. And the same way with all
great breakout groups.
Yeah. And as we think about next steps, are the next steps more meetings? Yes, of course. What do we want to do there? Is it conversations either in person or by Zoom? Is it thinking about concrete, actionable solutions? We heard about quick strike grants. Is it thinking about new ways to get funding across different kinds of things? And might it even be things like, we keep talking about how important this is. Well, what about if we write a children's book together on what we learned, and that we share it in preschools, we share it in schools, we go around with our book? Would that be a thing that might be a wonderful way to work on the next generation? And so what are our concrete actionable solutions that we're going to think about? And how are we going to use, we got all this wonderful information that was kindly put together for us, equity and ethics in public health research and evaluation participant resources. How are you going to take this home? And when you get gas for your car, you pull it out and you say to the person who's helping you at the gas station, I had this experience today that was really helpful. Can I share this with you? And let me say once more again that you probably know who put this together, but if you don't, if there's any way we can help you learn that, be sure and thank people, because there was so much work involved with this, and it's going to make a difference for our communities, for our state, all kinds of things. So I just can't say enough about how much I learned today and how great it was. Last thoughts, last questions?
I think,
last-
well, just to thank you, Linda, in bringing so many decades of wisdom to this discussion and your great skill in facilitating. We're so appreciate.
I love it.
I always appreciate being able to learn from you.
And me too, learn from you. Yes.
Becca and Heather, are there questions or closing logistics that you'd like us to come on, and share?
Sure, and thank you all. I echo Linda and thanking our planning committee and Linda and Kate for all of the work that you did moving along today's event, and to everyone for attending and your great engagement and questions and thoughtfulness. I'm really looking forward to reading the comments on the ending and closing document. And I would also like to thank our sponsors, and you can see my son in the background. I saw someone in the chat said include children, so he's here. Okay. But just really wanted to thank you all, our sponsors, our planning committee, our presenters. We'll follow up by next week at the latest with recordings and materials. So please watch for that email, and hopefully we can continue to have these really informative discussions. So thank you and have a great afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Have fun tonight.
Thank you.